As we all know that we had where the government representatives shared their vision of the region for a better tomorrow. We had cultural programs, and I'm sure we all thoroughly enjoyed the cultural evening too. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Delhi Dialogue 12, 30 years of ASEAN-India relations. And as you all know that the theme of the Delhi Dialogue 12 is Building Bridges in Indo-Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin today's proceedings. To delve deeper into the theme, I now introduce today's first and overall the fifth plenary session of Delhi Dialogue 12. The theme is Digital Financial Architecture, Inclusive and Connected Digital Economy. The plenary session will discuss the ways and means to narrow the gaps in digitalization of financial architecture and digital connectivity within ASEAN. This will also provide us with an opportunity to understand India's role in it. We would start today's proceedings with this session. And to chair this session, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Deepak Mishra, Director and CEO, Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, XII, New Delhi. Please welcome him on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have amidst us the Honorable Minister, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, New Delhi. A very warm welcome to the Honorable Minister. Now I would like to invite our eminent panelists for the session. Please welcome on stage Dr. Saurabh Garg, Chief Executive Officer, Unique Identification Authority of India, UIDAI, New Delhi. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. Manake Sauthichak, Advisor, Minister of Commerce, Lao PDR, and co-founder, Makojab, Vientiane. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Ranjit Goswami, Global Head, Tata Consultancy Services, New Delhi. And Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, Telecommunications Consultants, India Limited, TCIL, New Delhi. Thank you, gentlemen, for gracing the occasion. And may I now request our panelists to please come forward for a photo op. And now I hand over the proceedings to the chair. Thank you, sir.
Hello and very good morning to all. His Excellency Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, esteemed panelists, visiting dignitaries from ASEAN countries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the Delhi Dialogue 12 and to the plenary session on digital financial architecture, inclusive and connected digital economy. My name is Deepak Mishra. I'm the Director and Chief Executive of ICRIER, Indian Council of Research on International Economic Relations, very long name, a think tank in Delhi. And I'd like to thank RIS, especially Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi for this invitation. We have a keynote speaker par excellence and some fabulous speakers to see us through the session, with whom I'll be introducing through the course of the session. But before we get into the business of the day, I'd like to take you back to yesterday evening. I'm referring to the extravagant cultural program that was on display. It was a reflection of the strong historical, geographical, and cultural roots that bind India and ASEAN countries together. In fact, I remember as a child growing up in Odisha, an Indian state on the coast of Bay of Bengal, hearing stories from my grandfather about Bali, Sumatra, and Java long before he talked about Canada, US, and Mexico. Not only our ancestors built bridges, they built highways in the ocean, with trade and commerce flourishing between our ancestral land that perhaps exceeds today's level by many folds. So it's not so much about building new bridges, but rediscovering the old ones, and in some cases, refurbishing them to the contemporary times. And today's contemporary world is demanding, even rooting, for a strong economic, political, and social ties between India and ASEAN. Let me give you just three quick examples. First, the global order is changing. The Western countries are re-evaluating their doctrine of change through trade, which seems to have miserably failed when it comes to their experience with China and Russia. This revision of global history is going to bring many challenges, but if handled well, can turn the crisis to an opportunity for India and ASEAN. Second, geopolitical tensions and fragility of the existing global supply chains have meant that firms are looking to diversify their raw material sources, manufacturing bases, and trade routes. This, coupled with the fact that wages are rising, the Chinese society is growing old, and the policymakers in the West are increasingly talking about friendshoring, all of which point to the fact that the world is looking to India and ASEAN to rise to the occasion and fill this vacuum. And finally, and which is the topic of today's session, the mega trends of disruptive technologies, which perhaps could become the cornerstone of a strong and vibrant partnership between the two regions. Nearly 800 million Indians and 440 million people from ASEAN countries are already online, making this the largest internet market in the world in terms of number of connected people. And that market is growing much faster than the West and even China, creating a massive opportunity for our people, businesses, and governments. In my view, India is perhaps a bit late to adopt digital finance, but once it did, the results have been amazing. So today we have 1.4 billion people with digital ID, 800 million people with bank accounts, more than 300 million users on digital payment platforms, and nearly 200 million digital transactions happening every day. What's interesting about this model is the impetus of change and vision is coming from the government, and the private sector is translating this vision to action, which is the PPP, or the public-private partnership at its best. And the government impetus is coming not just from the efficiency angle, but also from the inclusive angle. In fact, most of the digital financial innovations are taking place at the bottom of the pyramid, involving micro, small, medium enterprises, the gig workers, the people earning less than $5 a day. And at the same time, the Indian government is also committed to introduce central bank digital currency, become a net contributor to new and emerging technologies such as decentralized finance, NFTs, and Web 3.0. So the confluence of these three factors, a new global order, a crying need for more diversified and resilient global supply chains, and the rise of disruptive technology, especially digital finance, present a unique opportunity for India and ASEAN countries to come together and recreate the golden times of trade, investment, and prosperity between our two lands. With those brief remarks, let me introduce our keynote speaker for today's session, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Union Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Mr. Chandrasekhar is not just a great politician, but a successful entrepreneur, as well as an impressive orator. It has always been a pleasure and an honor to hear him speak, and I'm expecting another performance par excellence, sir, from you today morning. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Chandrasekhar to the podium.
Dr. Chaturvedi and others at the RIS. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to speak this morning at the Delhi Dialogue. And the title on digital financial architecture, inclusive and digital economy. I will speak a little expansive. I'll just go a little beyond the narrow focus on the digital financial architecture and speak to the emerging opportunities of the digital economy. We are here today in 2022, celebrating a milestone of India and ASEAN, the 30-year cooperation milestone. We are also, in some sense, marking an important milestone in our contemporary lives, the last 2 years of this struggle, the fight, the resilience against this unprecedented black swan event in our lives, the pandemic that disrupted lives and livelihoods at great permanent cost to all of the nations in this region. For India, I can say that our Digital India program that our Prime Minister launched 7 years almost to this day was in large part responsible for our response to the pandemic, our resilience, and our strong economic rebound during and post-pandemic. You know, when we speak about geopolitics, and I don't claim to be a terrible big expert in matters of that. I attend seminars as most people do, and I learn. The traditional equation or the traditional metrics are trade, security. I will, in the next 4 or 5 minutes, put forth in front of you that in the post-COVID world, digital economy, digital cooperation, digital partnerships are going to be as important to determine the nature, quality, depth, longevity, sustainability, resilience of these partnerships as the traditional trade and security doctrines or trade and security prisms have. Let me give you a little bit of a backdrop to how India has progressed in the last 7 years. In 2015, when our Prime Minister launched the Digital India program, he laid out 3 broad objectives. And those objectives were that A, technology must enable, transform the lives of every Indian, and in a sense, transform governance, improve democracy. The second broad goal of Digital India was that there should be an expansion of the digital economy and opportunities within the digital economy for our youth. And the third was that, as was clear for not just India, most of Asia and ex-Japan, that we wanted to transform from being a technology consumer to a trusted producer of digital products, digital gear, and digital solutions for the world and for ourselves. If you take those 3 very simple, very easily articulatable goals that the Prime Minister laid out for us in 2015 and look at how far we have traveled vis-a-vis those goals in these last 7 years, central to that is how the digital financial economy and the digital financial architecture has played a significant role in achieving that goal number 1 of impacting people's lives and transforming governance and democracy. Again, let me give you a backstory to this. For many years and decades, for 6.5 decades, let's put it that way, the conventional narrative about India was that governments, democratic governments of such large nations, by and large are leaky and dysfunctional. And this was in a sense amplified, confirmed by in the late 80s when famously a Prime Minister of India at that point said, when 100 paise was sent from Delhi to a beneficiary, only 15 paise reached the beneficiary. It's a old famous quote. And that in a lot of ways defined governance in India, that it was leaky, it was always going to be leaky, and there was some preordained fate that sort of destined us to continue that model of heavily leaky form of subsidy delivery and public finances delivery. Between 2015 and now, the technologies that we have used, the ecosystem that has been developed using the JDY, the Aadhaar identity authentication platforms, and many other technology layers have completely turned that narrative on its head. And I want to share with you, and I have had some fairly reasonably high moments in technology in my life, having spent 35 years in technology. But just a few weeks ago, I was in a town called Rajamundry, and I was presiding over delivery of the fourth consignment of the PM Kisan Nidhi subsidy to about 1,800 farmers in a hall this big. And on the screen was the Honorable Prime Minister, and he pressed a button. And in that hall, I could hear 1,800 phones go beep, 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 beep. The satisfaction of seeing technology work real time, responsively, without any leakage and directly between government and citizen is what technology has enabled in India. And the entire ecosystem that has then been built around it, whether it is the JDY, Aadhaar, and the other UPI type platforms that have evolved around it, have also created tremendous amount of innovation and tremendous amount of fintech and opportunities for young startups that have fed, in a sense, around this digital government initiative. I don't need to tell you about the digital economy and the rapid pace at which it is expanding. And I also don't need to tell you about the fact that India now is emerging from 6 decades of consuming of technology to today being a serious, high quality and trusted partner at a time when trust has taken on a deep significance in technology value chains around the world. So we sit here today in 2022, and like I said, I've spent some years in technology, and I can safely attest and testify to the fact that never has been there a moment in the history of the modern world where technology is surely going to play a deep, very transformational, disruptive role in how the future of the world shapes up. And that is just a given today, and those who deny it, those who ignore it, will do so at their own risk and peril. It is clear that the future of the world is going to be deeply impacted by tech, and the future of the economies are going to be deeply impacted by innovation. And as I said, the traditional narratives of relationships between countries and governments, which were seen through prism of trade and security, I think should now increasingly include digital and digital partnerships. Let me lay out for you 3 broad trends as I see it from India. And we've talked about the digitization of the economy, we've talked about the digital financial architecture. But what are the 3 trends that are going to drive global economy and the digital economy in particular? Number 1, we are seeing this, that digitization is today accelerating at an unprecedented rate. Governments are digitizing, consumers are digitizing, enterprises big and small are digitizing all around the world. Second trend, trusted supply chains are now in demand and need to be strengthened. Trust is becoming an as important an attribute as value, efficiency, and cost. Third, technology is going to be all-pervasive. Technology is going to be disruptive. The rate of change and rate of innovation in technology, if you think it has been fast in the past, it is going to be breathtakingly fast in the coming years. And they represent both opportunities and challenges, again, by the borderless nature of the cyberspace, leading to both opportunities and challenges for countries to collaborate. I will end by, in a quick way, saying this, that the countries of the Indo-Pac, the countries of ASEAN and India have a tremendous opportunity in the coming years to capitalize on these opportunities. And the future of the technologies, the future technologies, the emerging technologies are real. They are no longer concepts in an R&D lab. Whether it is metaverse, whether Web 3.0, whether it's AI, whether it's high performance compute, whether it's next gen silicon, these are all going to dramatically impact the status quo of business, economy, trade, and security. And in the context of what is happening in the US, in the context of Europe, the ASEAN and Asia in particular have a tremendous opportunity to set the trend, in a sense, or take the leadership for these coming decades of technology, innovation, and growth of the digital economy. And our Prime Minister has referred this to the next 10 years for ourselves as India's decade. And I surely hope that India and the ASEAN can work together to shape a leadership role for the countries of this region in the future of technology and indeed the future of economy, trade, and security. Last evening, there was a reference by Her Excellency, the envoy from Thailand, about a bridge and how bridges take off from two different disparate ends of a land boundary and then connect somewhere in between, allowing person in the middle of the bridge to take a 360-degree view of the world and the region around him or her. And I think the digital ladders and the digital bridges today that these technology solutions represent, and for which we can partner, countries of the ASEAN and India can partner, truly represent the bridges of the future and can deliver the trust and the cohesion and the partnerships that I believe strongly the future of the world deserves and requires. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for a very compelling narrative on how the future of the world will be deeply impacted by technology and innovation. I think you made some very profound remarks, especially for many of our diplomats, that digital partnership will be as important as traditional trade and security partnership that you've done. So many of us need to brush up on our skills on the digital side, which I have been actually doing for some time now. So with that, thank you very much for that excellent keynote speaker. So we'll move to the rest of our panelists. First, I'll begin with Dr. Saurav Garg, who is the CEO of Unique Identification Authority of India, better known as the Aadhaar, the agency that is responsible for it. And I always believe that Aadhaar has the prospect of being the second biggest export from India outside Bollywood. So Saurav is actually sitting on a gold mine with lots of very interesting ideas and a profound impact on the Indian economy. Saurav, over to you.
Honorable Minister Deepak Mishra, Director Career, my fellow panelists and friends in this hall. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to RIS and the ASEAN for the Delhi Dialogue, very aptly named as Building Bridges in the Indian Pacific. I attended yesterday's ministerial, and it was heartening to see most of the foreign ministers talking about the digital bridges, digital connectivity, apart from the brick and mortar connectivity that we have always been talking about. Today's topic is on digital financial architecture, so I'll just touch on that in my a brief presentation that I have prepared. Just to give a snapshot of where we are in India, we have 1.36 billion people, out of which 1.27 billion people have Aadhaar. The numbers of Aadhaars issued obviously is more, but over the past 10 years, some people have expired over time. So this is the present population. The mobile subscribers and the bank accounts, I think that is a story which has really developed over the past 5 to 7 years, where all the focus on financial inclusion and the focus on ensuring connectivity at each village has led to these kind of numbers, and these numbers are only expanding as we move ahead. Along with this is the fact that the Constitution of India enjoins India to be a welfare state, and more than 2.5% of the GDP goes in different kind of support grants to the people, and which is what had been mentioned yesterday also about the impact of the digital world, and which Honorable Minister also referred to just now. And this is, I think, one of the factors which has led to the development of the digital economy. And some of the challenges that were faced before Aadhaar came into being was the fact that a lot of people didn't have a nationally acceptable identity. And identity has been universally agreed to be a big means of empowerment, and that's the reason that the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which were released in 2015, say that by 2030, every country must have a legal identity for all, which is a part of the Sustainable Development Goals. And the reasons for that are not far to seek in terms of the leakages that happened, in terms of the lack of identity and identification leading to exclusion and denial of service. And post-Aadhaar, the last 10 years have only exemplified this statement and the benefits that we have got. I'll just spend a few seconds on this, is just to mention that Aadhaar, which is the portable identity, anytime, anywhere, you can authenticate it, verify any person, and it's a random number with minimal data collection. I think that's very important, especially in the context of the kind of discussions that we have around privacy and confidentiality of data. And there's no eligibility criteria, it's universal, every resident is entitled to it. Just to reiterate the minimal data architecture that Aadhaar has, 3 biometrics, the photograph, fingerprints, and the iris, and the minimal number of demographics we have. And because of its linkage with the mobile, that is what has really led to the extensive usage of this identity across the country. This is how one can verify, and that's why you have more than 50 lakh verification points. You have these small fingerprint scanners, along with the Aadhaar number and the fingerprint scanner, fingerprint confirmation, the ability to confirm whether the person, who you are, whether you are that, and that's what is really empowering at the bottom of the pyramid. And it's something that can be verified from anywhere because it's connected to the internet, and I think that's the beauty of it. Whether it's a remote village somewhere you are, or sitting in a city, it's possible to verify who you are, whom you claim you are. I'll just spend a minute on the India stack, which is the basis of a lot of the financial architecture that we talk about, and the number of products or applications which have developed. You have the Aadhaar payment bridge and the Aadhaar enabled payment systems, which were really useful during the COVID times for government to be able to directly transfer funds to persons, and at the same time for people to withdraw funds even if there was no brick and mortar branch available in the village, but to be able to, from the nearest shop, you can withdraw your cash through your bank accounts. You have the DigiLocker, which in a way brings all the documents together, and you can access those documents from anywhere. You have the unified payment interface, which allows payments to happen. And I think last month in May, we had more than 6 billion transactions that took place in a month on the UPI platform. You have the RuPay debit card, the e-Rupee, which is a voucher-based digital payment, and of course the FASTag. So it's the India stack, which is a host of applications. Many of them use Aadhaar, many of them are built on the digital platforms, but that is what in a way is driving the digital economy and hence the entire economy. just to focus on the JAM Trinity, which is the Jandhan Aadhaar Mobile, the Jandhan Yojana was launched in 2014, which is on the financial inclusion for every Indian to have a bank account, which I mentioned initially, and more than 430 million bank accounts have been created under this scheme. I mentioned about the ability to directly transfer funds to people, and the mobile bank account and the Aadhaar. This has become the digital rails on which a lot of the funds transfers are possible, and which have made the need for having digital or brick and mortar banks really not so much necessary. The way Aadhaar has helped in transforming access and transforming the delivery of services, and whether it's food in terms of rations that are given at the village level, energy in terms of the LPG cylinders which are given and the subsidies given, livelihoods to farmers, transfers to the farmers, and because the bank accounts are there, the ability to transact, which are all possible due to the digital infrastructure that has been built over the past few years. Just to give one example of the benefits, just looking at 5 programs of the government, and if you look at the last 4 or 5 years, this is the kind of benefits in terms of prevention of ghost beneficiaries, duplicates, leakages that has happened in these programs, whether it's the cooking gas subsidy or the rural employment guarantee program and others that we have. Lastly, and which is why we are here with the ASEAN nations, going forward, this is an architecture that we have built on an open source platform. And I think that's the beauty of it, that we are not with any particular vendor. It has the ability to keep on upgrading itself because of the open source nature. And we are actively engaging with some of the multilateral countries. A number of nations have reached out to us to look at our architecture and look forward to building bridges, building digital bridges, and cooperation based on the digital economy going forward. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Garg, for a very helpful presentation. I thought the key punchline for me was the fact that Aadhaar is a key enabler for socio-economic inclusion in India. You know, if you look at the world economy and think of digital economy, the big issue that people talk about is, you know, stock market valuation, billionaires, high net worth individuals. For really interesting reason, in India, digital economy are often been associated with farmers, SMEs, you know, people at the bottom of the pyramid. So it's a really different digital story that India is telling, and thanks for adding to that narrative. Now let's turn to Mr. Girish Ramachandran, President of Tata Consultancy Services, the largest IT company, and perhaps a company which has footprint in many of the Asian countries in Asia Pacific, Singapore. So over to you, Mr. Ram.
Can we have the presentation up, please? No. Meanwhile, I'm here to share a few short stories with you today morning. Short stories which will talk about inclusive growth, short stories which will talk about the digital deployment, and short stories which will talk about sustainability. There is one common element in all of these short stories that I'm going to share, and the element is of belief, which we started with. A very good morning to all of you. I am Ranjit Goswami from Tata Consultancy Services. I am the Global Head for Corporate Affairs and Public Policy. I acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of State amongst us today, government officials, friends of the industry. Thank you so much for coming today. For those who are not familiar with my organization, I'll take a brief minute to introduce myself. TCS is one of the global top 2 companies, IT services providers in the world, with 600,000 people across the globe, working with some of the best companies, including Fortune 500 companies, partnering with them in their business transformation. The interesting point is that out of these 600,000, we have more than 200,000 women employees with us who are the STEM warriors in technology with us. And the best part, 155 nationalities are represented in our workforce on this planet. Being part of the Tata conglomerate, we are guided by the ethos and ethics, and we believe in giving back to the society what we earn from them just many times over. The digital master plan was released recently, aiming at 2025. 3 aspects which caught our attention in the master plan was the impact of pandemic, which was crippling the economies, the societies. We have suffered in the last 2 years plus, and there was a need to come out of that and leapfrog and try and achieve the pre-pandemic levels at the earliest. Naturally, the digital adoption and advancement was one key area to be looked at. We all saw the importance of digital in the pandemic times. We saw the way it came to our rescue in many areas, whether it was education or healthcare. Finally, something that we cannot delay anymore is the carbon emission and the reduction, or moving towards a sustainable planet. These 3 aspects, I'll be sharing some initiatives in this direction which become imperative for us to understand. A lot has been deliberated since yesterday about these 3 aspects, but that is at an intentional level. What I'm going to share with you today is how we have been able to translate the intent into concrete actions and show some of the ways that we can all actually come together and partner. I'll be talking about enabling skills, which is in shortage. I'll be talking about how we are trying to encourage innovation, and of course, how we are trying to drive sustainability through all these actions. The talent crunch in most of the global regions is well acknowledged and recorded. ASEAN is no different. When we tried understanding this problem in detail, we realized that it is a middle school and the high school level where the students actually decide that the STEM subjects may not be their choice, not realizing the way that they are interacting with technology day in and day out, and not realizing the importance that it holds in the future lives. It is with this aim in mind that we started engaging with students at the high school and the middle school level under a flagship program, Go IT, where we try and explain to the students what IT means for the world to come. We try and engage with them in playful ways in seminars and small workshops, and try to make them experience the power of technology firsthand. The credentials that we have achieved in Philippines in this regard are there on the slide for you to read. The second program that we realized that the teachers were not able to articulate the importance of STEM while imparting the education. And that is where we initiated the second program, which is Ignite My Future in School, under which we engage with the educators, try and help them introduce the computational skills methodology while they are imparting education. This is also doing very well, and we are planning to achieve considerable success by August 22 when we'll complete 1 year in Philippines. The second track, which is the innovation. We started Tata Consultancy Services along with Petronas, one of our customers, and our energy major in Malaysia. We initiated a project called Seed Lab. Seed, that stands for Social Enterprise Education. Aim was to bring in entrepreneurs from the society who felt for the society and who were willing to take the solutions back to the society to relieve the pain. 25 entrepreneurs or social entrepreneurs were brought into the Seed Lab, where they were mentored. Their programs were actually structured in a manner where technology could infuse the solution part. And I'm happy to report that 3 of the entrepreneurs actually went back and have started their own enterprises. Food Lab, Solvnex, and Teeman. Teeman is working in the area of elderly care. Food Lab is trying to connect the local foodpreneurs with the customer base, and Solvnex is a pool of gig professionals which is trying to fulfill the needs of the market today. For the second cohort that is planned next year, we have 4 areas that are listed as challenge: education and skill, health and hygiene, personal and financial security, and food and agriculture. The second part is the TCS Digital Acceleration Center in Singapore. In the peak of pandemic, when the movement and the mobility of the people was actually absolutely restricted, there was a talent crunch being felt like never before. This is when the government of Singapore started discussing with TCS as to what could be done in this regard. There was a need to upskill and cross-skill the available resources in the digital area. And that is what the origin is to the TCS Digital Acceleration Center. What we have done is we have brought in students over a 9-month training program. We have actually been able to impart skills in areas like artificial intelligence, cloud computing, mobility, and many others, and have been able to structure their entrepreneurial skills and so that they could carry it back to a prototyping lab, which was again supported by TCS, and there they could build solutions for many of these social problems. This has been a great success. Till date, we have actually trained 350 plus students in Singapore, and we have invested few $1 million in the process. But the results are absolutely amazing. Sorry. And finally, my personal favorite, sustainability. TCS Sustainathon. This was an idea which was born when we wanted to translate the intent into action. On one side, we have the customers and the companies who have the problems of the future. While they want to reduce the carbon emissions, they have a customer base to take care of. On the other hand, we have the students from the schools and colleges who are ambitious and wish to tackle this problem very proactively. TCS has created a platform called TCS Sustainathon, on which we bring these partners together. We identify the problems. We try and mentor the students who come up with very innovative solutions. Innovation, incidentally, is just not about new technology, new platforms, or new systems. It is also about using current available technology in an innovative way to solve these social problems. And this is where we started with the theme of reimagining education in 2021 after the pandemic caused the mayhem. And in 2020, we worked on the program on combating food waste. The program is one of the very hot favorites in the ASEAN region. Madam President of Singapore herself graced the occasion in this particular regard. And very soon we'll be announcing similar sustainathons for many other countries in ASEAN as well. Finally, the Asia Pacific Digital Sustainability Index. While we see that a lot of people are keen to make the changes that are required, but where does one start from? It is very difficult for the organizations to understand where their digital carbon emission footprint is. What are the drivers in the organization that are going to be encouraging them to take the adoption and adopt the methods towards sustainability? How well are the digital assets being leveraged to attain the sustainability that they are looking for? And finally, what are the in-house governance mechanisms that can be employed? This is a study which was carried out by TCS along with the University of Auckland, and we have come out with very interesting findings. The study is available, the report is available free of cost to anyone and everyone. There is a QR code which I have actually placed on the registration counter outside. Anybody who's keen can actually scan it and take a copy of the report. But to just give you a glimpse of the findings, 87% of the respondents or the companies agree that the digital sustainability can actually be a competitive advantage to them. 98% of the respondents believe that the usage of digital resources will only increase in the times to come. 80% believe that the lack of clear return on investment is a very big inhibitor for people to actually take the first steps towards this journey. And 70% of the countries in the Asia Pacific region believe that lack of in-house knowledge is holding them back on this journey. I'm happy to report that TCS Asia Pacific has become net zero this year, which is 3 years ahead of its target. In all our pursuits, we continue to bring in our partners, our vendors, our customers, and the whole ecosystem together to achieve this. We have also launched an application, a Circle for Life, to help employees track their carbon footprints and be able to identify the areas that they can actually reduce it. Finally, a very short video which will actually help me conclude in the most optimal way. Volume is possible. So finally, we started with a belief that we can actually make a difference, and we have been able to. We believed, we started, we made a difference. The only question remains finally is how ready are all of we to join hands and create the future that we want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv. My apology first for mistaking you for Girish. I think it was wonderful to hear about the 3 stories on the enabling skills, encouraging innovation and sustainable growth, and giving us example of Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, showing us that diplomacy is not just exclusivity of EMEA officials anymore. Indian private sector is also has very nice, interesting stories over the rest of the world to talk. So terrific presentation. Thank you very much. Now let me turn to Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director of Telecommunication Consultant India Limited. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Sri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Honorable Minister of Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and MIT, my co-panelists, distinguished representative of ASEAN and other learned friends. I represent a company, Telecom Consultant India Limited, which is a 100% Government of India company under Ministry of Communication. And since its inception in 1978, this has been instrumental in developing IT and telecom infrastructure in more than 70 countries across the globe. My co-panelist, Dr. Saurabh, just told how Aadhaar has been a key enabler in financial digital inclusion of the societies. I'll just talk about the other part of that. That's how the telecom connectivity is playing a role in digital financial inclusion of the societies. As various studies, including by ICRIR, has proved that a 10% increase in internet penetration bring GDP growth by 0.8% to 1.7% depending upon the status of economy, whether developing economy, developed economy or underdeveloped economy. And particularly in reference of India, the 10% increase in internet penetration or 10% in internet traffic has shown that state GDP can improve up to 3.7%. So this shows the immense potential how telecom connectivity can play the role in developing our economy. The key expectations from any digital financial inclusion is that there should be immediate instant fund transfer, full-time availability, 24/7 availability, multiplicity of uses, and safe and easy transfers. Now, how connectivity is playing a role in that? Whether the connectivity to make it possible should be anywhere, anytime. It should be available 24/7. Even if you want to make a transaction sitting at remote place of Ladakh, in a remote areas, you should be able to do the financial transactions. Whether it is affordable, whether the connectivity make it possible, enough capacity to perform that financial transaction. The various initiatives the government of India has taken is in last 10 years is that we are providing fiberized connectivity to more than 2.5 lakh village panchayats, and this is going to be completed by end of this financial year. Our Prime Minister has already announced an ambitious program to connect another 3.6 lakh villages through fiber and connect them digitally. How the other fundamental sector of the economy is getting greatly benefited through digital financial inclusion. One of them is e-education, another is e-healthcare. Now, in healthcare, the role of IT and technology make it possible that a doctor sitting in a remote urban area can treat a patient sitting in a remote area or remote villages. Now, this can be possible only if there is a reliable and affordable connectivity. Similarly, in e-education, a teacher who is in urban areas, he can take a class of students in remotest corner of the country. If we see how the poorest of the persons, if they have to get a affordable education and a good quality education, coming to urban area is very costly for them. But through e-education, connecting a good coaching center or a good institution to that remotest corner is helping the citizens to get a qualitative education. TCL is actively working on e-education and e-healthcare. One of the flagship program which is supported financially by Ministry of External Affairs is e-Vidya Bharati and e-Arogya Bharati, which was launched under the dynamic leadership of our ex-president Abul Kalam Azad in 2008. Since its inception, more than 50,000 patients has been treated in more than 19 countries of Africa by the doctors, prominent doctors of hospital like AIMS, Apollo, etc. in India. Similarly, through e-education program, more than 13 universities, they are conducting online program for students in African nations, and around 35,000 students has been given diploma and certificate program by the universities of India. This similar program of e-education and e-health can be useful for Asian nations also. India is playing a significant role in improving the healthcare system, and there's a lot of excellence has been developed within India. So Asian countries can take benefit of the e-education and e-health program from India, leveraging IT and telecom technology. With this, thank you.
Thank you, Sanchib, for making a very good case for making internet accessible, affordable, open and safe, and to ensure that the delivery reaches to the poor, talking about e-education and e-health. So with that, let me now turn to our last speaker of the session, Dr. Mana K. Suthichak, Advisor, Ministry of Commerce, Law, PDR, and co-founder of MakoZap company from VNTN. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and respectful and honorable panel colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizer, for inviting me to participate in this very important event. I would like to share my experience so far. It has been very nice, very smooth. I would give a 10 plus to the organizer from the 00 to 10. Okay. Since I bought the plane coming here, I've been eating curry every meal, except on pretty much everything except water. And I love it. And now I realize why the British came here many years ago. Let me start with my presentation. Everyone heard from the previous speaker, and we pretty much saw ourselves the evidence of growing digital economy. The trend is on the upbeat, and especially because of COVID-19 that forced us to realize more on the digital technology to get things done. What is digital economy? There are several versions. We can look at this in several ways, but we can sum it up as a world network of economic activities, all commercial transactions, and professional interaction that create an economic value that are enabled by the information and communication technology. I'm sorry. I went too far? Ah. Okay. And the digital economy is expected to continue to grow and contribute to economic expansion, job creation, contribute to inclusiveness in the economy and society, and addressing gender gap as well as environmental issues in developing world and emerging economies as well. By 2025, a study by the McKinsey Institute estimated the financial services, digital financial services will contribute to adding to GDP by $3.7 trillion worldwide, especially in the developing and emerging economies. And it will create another 95 million jobs. This is a big number. India is one of the giant countries in the world and in Asia. This is based on the information I got from the news. The Indian finance minister suggests that the digital economy of India will grow to $800 billion by 2030. Indonesia is another big player in ASEAN countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Growth has been substantial in Indonesia. In 2021, there were about 202 million internet users, and the digital economy created $70 million. And it's expected to grow to $146 billion by 2025. Malaysia also, Malaysia GDP in 2021 was about $360 billion. And there's an estimate that by 2025, digital economy will contribute 22.6% to the economy. Laos, the smallest economy in ASEAN, with GDP just about $19 billion, also experienced substantial growth in the digital economy. Very small, but very high growth. From 2019 to 2021, it grew from $67 million to $117 million. That's about almost 60% growth within this 3 years period. And it is expected to grow to $181 million by 2025. Small, but growth is very rapidly. And a very similar experience is happening in pretty much every country in the region, which is a good sign. And overall picture looks like we are moving towards a very positive direction. Look like we are going towards a better and more inclusive world, but we still have challenges. Accessibility is still a problem for pretty much every country. And the problem to accessibility is price. Many poor household in rural regions, as well as many micro enterprises individual across society, especially the low income, still cannot afford, especially quality internet service. There are services, a lot of services, accessible, but quality is very low. That makes a difference. We need to have high speed and quality internet service throughout society. According to the McKinsey World Institute, it estimated about 700 million consumers use digital banking on a regular basis in Asia, but accessibility is a problem, which is the study recognized. Malaysia also a leading country in digital economy, but accessibility is also a problem. This problem is common for pretty much every country, especially in developing and emerging countries. And when we are talking about Indo-Pacific community of countries, what we need to think about is how we are going to develop this so that it is inclusive across country and across individual in each country. So it comes to how we go direct resources towards expanding investment in which area and how it should be carried out. What we know, it required an investment to improve accessibility, improve quality. That means better quality at a cheaper price so that no one will be left behind. In doing so, we need to have a standard that every country in the region share, so that we can use this as a guide and as monitoring tool, so that we can use to compare countries within the community. Which country is weak in which area, and it's the area that we want to channel resources and technology toward, so that we have an inclusive digital economy. There are two indicators, index that are available, two major index. The first one is Digital Economy and Society Index, developed by the European Commission and published since 2014. And the second one is the Inclusive Digital Economy Scorecard, developed by UNCDF, United Nations Capital Development Fund. And this is brand new, and it's the one that I think more relevant for developing and emerging economies in our Indo-Pacific region. I want to show this table a little bit that I gathered from a website. In 2021, late 2021, UNCDF for the first time published the Inclusive Digital Economy Scorecard. There were 25 countries in total. Countries in Africa, Asia, and Pacific were included. And UNCDF is planning to add on more countries into the scorecard. And in the Indo-Pacific, we have 10 countries. For ASEAN, there are 2, Myanmar and Malaysia. And there are countries from SAARC, South Asia, South Asia, another A, I'm not sure. Regional cooperation. Bangladesh and Nepal. Other countries are in the Pacific, very small island countries. And we can see that Malaysia is the leading country in ASEAN. It sits in the state of what is called consolidation. Consolidation is the highest stage of market development in terms of digital economy scorecard. The inception is a score for the digital economy up to 24, and startup 25 to 49, and expansion 50 to 74, and consolidation is a score of 75 and above. I want to go over quickly on the inclusive digital economy scorecard. There are 4 major indicators in this scorecard. The first one is policy and regulations. Second one is infrastructure. The third one is innovation. The fourth one is skill. There are many indicators used for coming up with a score to measure progressive of countries. And each of the 4 has 25% contribution to the total score. Sorry, I did that. I think that was 2 a.m. in the morning last night. So I just saw a misspelling, a grammatical problem. It can be one of the Indo-Pacific bridges. What I see, this is a standard. What we need to develop is something in common, a standard that we all can share, and it's a bridge that we need to develop. What I see right now is that India and ASEAN have the resources and the technology enough to move forward. But the trick is how to incentivize these resources towards the needed area. And we know that government would like to keep things in order. We know that it's important. If things are in chaos, no advancement will take place. We need to keep things in order. But then sometimes too much order is a problem. And the government would like to also, government has expenditures, government need income. Sometimes government get early into the emerging industry, collecting tax. And it kill off innovation, kill off the industry. So what I'm trying to say here is that regulation to protect consumers, private information, to protect the integrity of the financial system. We are talking about expanding digital financial services. All these have to be in place, but at the same time, we want to be careful. We don't want to kill off the private sector, the innovation that we need to advance. And I think this is my last. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manas Sotichek. I think you gave us a pretty quick glimpse of the growing digital economy in ASEAN India, and also gave the host a score of 10 on a scale of 0 to 10. So thank you for that. I think probably you have to tell me whether we have any time left or 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay, so wonderful. So this is a great opportunity for you to ask any questions that you have to the ministers and any of the panelists. So the floor is open. Please raise your hand if you want to speak. Somebody will take the mic to you and you can introduce yourself. I can see a gentleman at the back row and then the second person here. So first, the last row over there, black shirt. Please introduce yourself. And
first of all, thank you so much, sir, and everybody. It was a very nice dialogue. I am Ayush from Hindu College, University of Delhi. I would like to highlight and ask about a part of Digital India, a flagship initiative by the Government of India, as we all know, an Honorable Minister highlighted. Sir, I believe we don't have less netizens, but less digital banking users. Sir, we can facilitate our economy, and there are various concerns towards it. So we can bridge the gap that netizens and the digital banking users have. So, sir, what are the way forwards to you people think towards it to bridge this gap between and promote digital banking via Digital India?
This way. No, I think I just want to set the context for this. India has about 80 crore Indians online today. We are one of the largest connected nations in the world, but we also have about 40 crore Indians who are not connected to the internet. So that makes us amongst one of the largest unconnected nations as well. Over the next 3 years, you will find that this 80 crore number will progressively increase and cover about 120 crore. So we expect 1.2 billion Indians or close to that number having access to the internet by 2025, 2026. Number one. Number two, the access to the financial sector and digital banking, obviously the government does not hard code or hardwire on the internet that every citizen has to be hard coded and hard connected to the banking system. But there are a number of incentives that are encouraging not just digital payments, but an overall digital banking and financial ecosystem. There are some issues about cybersecurity, general psychological fear about people taking banking with a person. These are behavioral issues that have been embedded and ingrained in people for so many decades, and moving that into an impersonal but digital banking. So there are some behavioral challenges. There are some security fear challenges. So these are things that are natural in the way these things progress. We are very cognizant of this, and we run a lot of digital literacy programs. We do a lot of cyber security awareness programs. And of course, with the NPCI and the banks in India, we encourage them to proactively enhance and expand their digital banking audience and community.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. My name is Nalin Kohli. I represent the Association of Small and Medium Knowledge Industries. Honorable Minister, it was a very inspiring address, and I fully agree with you that going away from just trade and security issues, when we talk of cooperation, we have to talk about digital and technology. What I see today, India has got a leadership position in software export, but many of our small and medium-sized companies are doing excellent work in e-education, e-health, in the infrastructure part, IT infrastructure part. I think that should be of great interest to our ASEAN friends, where we can do the bigger companies like TCS and TCIL, they can do large projects, but there are many $5 to $10 million projects. In my discussions yesterday, I found that need. And I think that's something which we can readily offer, which would be a good win-win for both. We had a representative of Asian Development Bank yesterday who was very supportive on this idea. Sir, my request to you would be that if there can be a convergence, there are many schemes of Ministry of External Affairs in terms of lines of credit. If this whole thing can be facilitated, it can increase our engagement with ASEAN in a very positive way. So second thing is that we are now the third largest ecosystem for startups. Many of our startups in the IT space particularly ride on Aadhaar. And this is again something which we can offer to our ASEAN friends. And that is where we would like to work with maybe they can front end the efforts for the smaller companies through organizations like TCIL or Unique Identification Authority. Because many SMEs would need some hand-holding and an umbrella organization. That also would be a big help in penetrating something which is required there, and they don't have to reinvent the wheel. And we can offer them ready-made solutions.
So the answer to that question is, of course, yes. And I just want to inform you and the audience that we are in a very advanced stages of creating a framework where all of these digital goods that have been developed in India by various organizations, and a large part of that is within the government, will be offered to and will be available to partner nations around the world, ASEAN, Africa, because we think the solutions that have been engineered in India, architected in India, have many advantages. A, they are easily deployable, they are ruggedized, they are scalable, and they are very, very cost effective. So before COVID, I think the urgency of this need was not as it is today. Post COVID, as I said in my speech, that the digitization of governments and digitization of economies around the world, small or big, is now accelerating. So I think we are stepping up to be what I call a trusted partner to the world's nations for digital goods and digital gear. So digital goods is exactly what you're saying, and you will see in a few weeks the unveiling of an overall strategy for India to be a partner to the world's nations that require these products and solutions.
Hello, sir. My question is for the minister. When we talk about the connectivity to the internet, we ignore the fact that India is on the number 2 in most internet shutdown behind Russia. In that case scenario, how we are going to connect people without centralizing the internet, which we have currently in India?
So first of all, I just want to point out very respectfully that there is a large panel here, so please feel free to distribute the questions to all the panelists. Look, the internet is centralized is an argument that the Web 3.0 evangelists make. The internet has played a very powerful role in innovation and in disrupting and changing things from the status quo for the last several decades. I've been involved with the internet from its earliest days, and that's how old I am. Yes, that's the. Look, I think this argument that the internet is centralized is absolutely, sorry to say this, but bunkum. The Web 3.0 is a decentralized model and represents opportunities and challenges of a different kind, and that is a natural evolution of the internet. Having said that, takedowns are no measure, and especially when you use numbers. We are a country of, like I said, 800 million people online. So if you compare our takedown numbers to, let us say, a small European country that has a population a fraction of us, and say, no, but we are bigger. That is, in my opinion, not apples to apples, number one. Number two, our government's objective about the internet is very plainly spelled out in openness, that the internet will always be open. The internet will be, necessarily, has to be safe and trusted. And every intermediary on the internet, every platform on the internet has to understand and accept that we will establish accountability of their service, products, offerings to the consumers of India. So openness, safety and trust and accountability are the principles that drive our policy making, our rule making. And if somebody does something wrong on the internet, as is prone to happen, while there is good, there is also increasing evidence of bad on the internet. The law has to step in and take care of what is bad and what is wrong and what is illegal. So that is what our response and approach to the internet is. Absolutely open, safe and trusted and accountable.
Thank you. I think this is a good way to end the session. Open, trusted, balanced and accountable internet in India. So let me just conclude by saying that I thought we had a pretty good discussion with diverse views, informative presentation and some insightful ideas. I think to me the biggest takeaway from the session was the fact that Minister mentioned about the digital partnership will be more important or as important as the traditional trade and security partnership. I think that would be kind of the headline for me for this session. I think thank you, Minister, for joining us, my eminent panelists, the organizers, and most importantly, you, the participants who have been great listeners. Thank you for joining us and have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
So we will be presenting a memento to the Honorable Minister and to the panelists. Mementos will present. So many. It's. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister and our eminent panelists for being part of this session and enlightening us with your wisdom. Thank you so much, sir. And there's a few announcements for the participants. Please hand over your original boarding cards to the organization at the reception, and please contact Mr. Anil if an overseas guest want any logistic assistance. Please contact Mr. Anil. And also hand over your original boarding cards to the organizers at the reception. So we'll have coffee break now, and I request you all to please reassemble by 11:25. It will be 20 minutes break only. India, New Delhi. We are indeed privileged to have him amidst us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move towards the second session of the day, and it's indeed this plenary session 6 of the event of the conference, Challenges in Next Decade, Energy and Climate. We'll discuss the ways and means to strengthen the ASEAN-India partnership in energy and climate issues, and will also provide us with an opportunity to understand India's role in it. In particular, this session will look for the challenges coming in form of climate change and factors behind the production and utilization of energy resources and the implications. To chair the plenary session 6, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, ISA Gurugram. For special remarks, may I request the Honorable Minister, Shri R.K. Singh, Union Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to please join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause. Now I would like to invite our esteemed panelists for the session. Please welcome on stage Mr. Beni Suryadi, Manager for Power, Fossil Fuel, Alternative Energy and Storage, ASEAN Centre for Energy, Jakarta. Dr. Hazri Adnan, Executive Director, Malaysian Institute of Economic Research, Kuala Lumpur. Please welcome him. Dr. Venkatachalam Ambumoji, Director of Research Strategy and Innovation, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, area Jakarta. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. Thuta Ang, Executive Chairman, the Mandalay Forum for East Asian Studies, Mandalay. A very warm welcome to the Honorable Minister and our eminent panelists. Thank you everyone for your kind presence, and may I now request the Honorable Minister and the panelists to please come forward for a group photograph. So now I hand over the proceedings to the chair. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, dignitaries on the dais, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. The topic is something which has been exercising the world for quite some time now. Right from Kyoto, the issue of climate has taken center stage in the world discourse. It is central because climate and environment are related to our survival as a species. They are important. We in our country, we consider environment to be very important, absolutely important. There's another aspect, whatsoever, which we need to keep in mind. And that is that energy is absolutely essential for growth. You don't have growth, you can't improve the living standards of your people. You can't lift people out of poverty without energy. Nothing is possible without energy. Development is not possible without energy. So you need energy. The developed world has developed. The developed countries are where they are now because they spent that much or consumed that much of energy, and they are still consuming that quantum of energy. So that's where the developed world is, and that developed world is there because they have consumed so much of energy, of course, resulting in that many emissions. But before we come to that, energy and climate trade-off, shall we call it, or energy and climate balance, shall we call it. Before I come to that, let me first say what we have done as a country. Now, as a country, we've taken care of both SDG 7 the problems of access, and we've also become a front runner in energy transition. First, the problem of access, SDG 7. When our government came into office, there were thousands of villages and hundreds and thousands of hamlets which did not have access to electricity. This government electrified every village and every hamlet. And mind you, thousands of hamlets were located in the Himalayan belt or in the deserts of Rajasthan, with one hamlet on one hill, another hamlet 3 hills away. But we electrified each and every hamlet and every village. And we did it in less than 1,000 days. We did it in about 980 days. The International Energy Agency called it, when we completed this in 2018, the International Energy Agency called it the best news in the field of power and energy for that year, 2018. Thereafter, we decided to connect every home, and we connected 28.6 million homes, ensuring universal access. This again was the largest expansion of access ever in such a short time frame. We did it in about 18 to 19 months, 19 months actually. This was the largest expansion of access ever in the history of electricity in the world and in the history of power in such a short time frame. No other country had done it. We connected in 18 months, 19 months, a population of the size of Germany and France combined, along with the population of Belgium, etc. That's the size of the number of people whom we connected to electricity. There's another thing which we did. We've added almost about 165,000 megawatts of generation capacity from the time our government took office in 2014, late 2014, from 2015 onwards till date. It's almost now the 165 gigawatts of the capacity, actually 167 gigawatts of capacity which we have added. And a large quantity of that is renewable. I'll come to that in a minute. We connected our whole country into one grid. We added 161,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines in just this 7 years odd. Connecting the whole country into one grid right from Leh, Ladakh in the northernmost Himalayas to Kanyakumari, which is our southernmost tip, from an eastern tip to the western tip, every corner connected in one grid running on one frequency with one national load dispatch center, the largest integrated grid in the world. Now, when our government came to office, we could transfer 34,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. Today, we can transfer 112,000 megawatts from one corner of the country to another. We also have interconnections with Bangladesh, with Bhutan, with Nepal. We have a small interconnection with Myanmar as well. And we have a connectivity under survey with Sri Lanka. So we have energy trade with all our neighbors. I mean, and the people or the distribution companies in Nepal and generation companies in Nepal sell electricity in India in our exchange, or they buy electricity from India from our exchange. Similarly, Bhutan sells energy to us. They buy energy from our exchange when they need it. Bangladesh also, they sell energy, they buy energy. And we expect the same to happen with Sri Lanka and with Myanmar, with Myanmar when we strengthen our links, and with Sri Lanka when we build the links. So this was not the end of what we've done. We strengthened the distribution systems. We spent about 2,000 crores in just about 5 years. Constructed about 2,900 new substations. Upgraded about 3,950 older substations. Constructed 750,000 circuit kilometers of LT lines 225,000 circuit kilometers of HT lines, 122,000 circuit kilometers of agriculture feeders, added 750,000 transformers across the country, strengthening the distribution system. The net result of all these efforts has been that the availability of power, which was an average of 12.5 hours in 2015 when we carried out that survey, has now gone up to about 22.5 hours in the rural areas, mind you. Urban areas by and large 24 hours. In the rural areas, it's now gone up to about 22.5 hours on an average. The net result of the increase in the number of consumers, 28.6 million, and of course the rate of growth of our economy. Incidentally, last quarter, our country had a rate of growth which was the fastest in terms of large economies. We are the fastest growing large economy in the world today. Now all that has added to the increase in demand. And the increase in demand has been to an extent which is mind-boggling. My average daily consumption in 2021 was about 3,500 billion units per day, 3,500 billion units per day. Today it is 4,500 billion units, an increase of 25%. And that also is historic. In no other country has the demand gone up by 1,000 million units in 1 year. This is done here. And we are meeting that demand. So this is insofar as energy is concerned. Now, insofar as transition is concerned, now the transition we have emerged as a world leader. We've added 158,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity. That's our renewable energy capacity today. If you talk about non-fossil fuel capacity, that means you add nuclear to this. Nuclear, if you change the term from renewable to non-fossil, then you can add nuclear. My nuclear capacity is 6,700 megawatts. So we add that. And our non-fossil fuel capacity is 165 gigawatts. That means 165,000 megawatts. Our renewable energy capacity has been the fastest growing in the world. The rate of renewable energy capacity, the rate of growth of renewable energy capacity is the highest, fastest in the world, in our country. We had, and the speed you can gauge by the simple fact that in 2021, in COP21 in Paris, in 2015 in COP21 in Paris, we had pledged that by 2030, 40% of our established power generation capacity will come from non-fossils. Now we achieved that target a good 9 years in advance. We achieved that target in November 2021. Right now, our established capacity of non-fossils has reached 41%. We had said 40% by 2030. We are today at 41%. That's the rate of increase of renewable energy capacity in our country. That's the rate of energy transition which we have and which we are carrying out. We haven't ended. That energy transition is continuing. And because we achieved our NDC so far in advance, and incidentally we are the only major economy which has done so, it achieved its NDCs, which it pledged in Paris so far, so early. And because we have achieved our NDCs so early, we have upped our ambition, and now our ambition is 500,000 megawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity, 500,000 megawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. That will constitute about 63% of my established power generation capacity. Right now, my non-fossil fuel capacity is about 41%. So I'll be adding to that an additional 22% in the remaining 8 years. No other country comes close. And we shall not only achieve that, 500 gigawatts, we shall cross it. If you take the capacity under construction, I already have about 62,000 megawatts under construction and another 18,000 megawatts under bid. I am not counting nuclear. If you count nuclear, I have another 12,000 under construction. So my capacity under construction will go up to 74 gigawatts, 74,000 megawatts. You add that 74,000 megawatts to 165 odd megawatts which I have, 167 gigawatts which I have. So 167 gigawatts plus 74 gigawatts. That makes it 238 gigawatts already established or under installation in terms of non-fossil fuel capacity. So in order to reach 500 gigawatts by 2030, I will need to establish another 250 gigawatts. I will cross that. And I will continue to be, our country will continue to be the fastest growing renewable energy capacity in the world. The Bloomberg already calls us the most attractive destination for investment in renewables in the world. Every major fund in the world is invested in the renewable energy sector in India. Our average FDI is about $11 billion in my sector, renewable energy alone, only renewable energy. We have targets of setting up manufacturing facilities for green hydrogen and green ammonia to the tune of 20 million tons per year by 2030. We are going to come out, the Prime Minister has announced a green hydrogen mission. And we are replacing the grey hydrogen with green hydrogen. We have an ongoing electrical mobility program which is doing very well. If you go across different parts of Delhi, you will come across vehicles, cars with green number plates. Now they are fully electric, totally green, and the numbers are increasing. Most of our new scooter sales, etc., are electric. So the energy transition is happening at a good pace for us. This was not the only NDC which we have achieved. There is another NDC which we are already very close to achieving. And the measurements are in process. When the measurement comes, I am confident that it will tell us that we have achieved it. That second NDC is, we had pledged that by 2030, the emissions intensity of our economy will be reduced, or we shall reduce the emissions intensity of our economy by 33 to 35% by 2030. When we measured this in 2018, we had already achieved a reduction of 28%. Today, I think we are near about 31%. So there also we upped our ambition in Glasgow. We increased our target from 33% to 45% by 2030. So we shall reduce the emissions intensity of our economy by 45% by 2030. All these steps, and I'll tell you how we have done it, just a few indicators. We have the largest program for conversion to LED in the world. All our lighting we are converting to LED. All our street lights we are converting to LED. Now that has resulted in a reduction of CO2 emissions by 112 million tons per annum. Just the LED program alone. We have a program for increasing the efficiency and reducing the emissions in industry called Perform, Achieve, Trade. We set targets for reduction in energy intensity and emissions intensity. If they overachieve their target, if they underachieve their targets, there are penalties. If they overachieve their targets, they get energy saving certificates which they can sell. And the industries which have not managed to achieve their targets, they will need to either buy the e-certs, we call it, or they'll have to pay a penalty. Now that has resulted in a reduction of CO2 emissions by 103 million tons of CO2 per annum. We have a program for efficiency in appliances, the star labeling program, where we rate appliances from 5-star to 1-star. And 1-star gets phased out every 2 years, and 2-star becomes 1-star. Now that has resulted in a reduction of CO2 emissions by about 50 million tons per annum. This is how we have brought about a reduction in our emissions intensity. So we shall more than achieve the reduction in emissions intensity of 45%. Now, and all this why? All this because our government, led by Prime Minister Modi, believes in the environment. We are not doing it because our emissions are high. No. Our per capita emissions are 1/3 of the world average, mind you, world average. The average per capita emissions of the developed world is 3 times the world average. There are some countries whose per capita emissions are 4 times, 5 times the world average. I won't name those countries. But if you take all the developed world together, their per capita emissions are 3 times the world average. Our per capita emissions, India's per capita emissions are 1/3 of the world average. So if you compare us against the developed world, our per capita emissions are 1/9 of the per capita emissions of the developed world. Despite all this, we have emerged as a leader in energy transition, and we aim to keep it that way. We are the only major economy and the only G20 country whose energy transition actions are consonant with a sub 2 degree rise in global temperature. So therefore, we've done the access and we've more than done what was expected to us in energy transition. We are emerged as a leader. We shall continue to be a leader, and we shall emerge as a global supplier of green hydrogen and green ammonia. That's the further stage of energy transition. So, that is India. That is India. But we have questions. I mean, we are more than doing our bit. But we have questions insofar as the climate dialogue is concerned. You see, as I said, I mean, India has earned the right to speak because we've done it. But as I said, energy is central to development. And the developing countries need to consume energy and spend energy in order to improve the living standards of their people. That's how the developed world has done it. And the energy which the developed world has consumed has been all fossil. The net result is that if you are talking about limiting the global rise in temperature to 1.5 degrees, then 85% of the available carbon space has already been occupied by the developed world, leaving only 15% for the developing countries. And the rate at which, if the present rate of emissions continue, per capita emissions continue, the remaining 15% will get exhausted by 2035. And most of it will be occupied again by the developed world, leaving no space at all for the developing countries. That's what needs to be at the center of the dialogue. The available carbon space and the per capita emissions. The per capita emissions of the developed countries have to come down. The available carbon space which they have occupied, I mean, it makes a mockery of their targets for achieving net zero, because all the targets which have been announced, the dates are after the available carbon space for limiting the growth in global temperature has been exhausted. So what is this dialogue which we are saying? That is my question. It's a question of equity. You have to give space to the developing countries to develop. They need to construct cement factories. They need to construct steel factories. All that will have emissions. Because green steel is just now only in an experimental stage. Green cement, we are trying. Green steel, we are trying. But it hasn't come as yet. Green propulsion, I mean electric, yes. But what about ships? What about aircraft? What about green aluminium? So development will need space, carbon space for the developing countries. And what that means is that the developed countries have to stop emitting or bring their emissions down to the present per capita, world average per capita. Even if they do that, it will be a great thing. And they'll need to reach net zero much faster than they have pledged. I don't know whether they'll be able to vacate the carbon space which they have occupied. You know, we've heard talk about carbon capture. But I haven't come across, I don't know, you can enlighten me, come across any commercial scale carbon capture in the developed world. I haven't come across that. So the equity problem remains. And that is at the center of the energy versus energy climate dialogue. And for us, countries in the developing world, we need to make sure that this is what is focused on. That's what we need to do. And now that is one aspect, that is equity. There's also the aspect of technology. You see, when I meet my interlocutors from the developed countries, I ask them that, okay, fine, you said we'll achieve net zero. Now tell me how. I want to learn. Tell me how. They don't have a roadmap. You see, you can't replace the entire fossil fuel from electricity or from the economy unless you have viable storage. Storage is expensive right now. Why is it expensive? Because the developed world did not take steps to add volumes as far as storage is concerned. The largest storage is, I think, about 400 megawatts somewhere in California. That's the size of storage. They didn't take any steps at all. So right now the storage would be in the region of almost about 6 US dollar cents. 6 to 7 US dollar cents. That's the price per unit of storage per hour. Now you add storage to renewable energy, then it becomes uncompetitive. The cost of the product goes up. And if you use electricity which is expensive, your products will not be competitive. Now that is the problem. The other problem, of course, is the availability of lithium. Some countries have already preempted, most of the world capacity of lithium. That is another thing. Recycling of lithium will be an issue. So you can't have a viable electricity system based on renewable energy unless you solve the problem of storage. Green hydrogen as storage is expensive. We've modeled it. It's very more expensive than battery. Pumped storage is something which is viable. And I am trying to locate whatever pumped storage sites there are. And we have located quite a few, and quite a few are coming up. We already have about 5,000 megawatts of pumped storage available. And we are adding to that capacity as fast as we can. It's only when we have storage that basically the total energy transition to non-fossils will be possible. I hear talk about coal off and on. Now that again is a misguided sort of construct. Coal is one source of energy which has emissions. But other sources also have emissions. All the fossil fuel sources have emissions. Natural gas is fossil. You burn natural gas, you get carbon dioxide. Shale is fossil. Petroleum products are fossil. So the debate has to be not coal. The debate has to be fossil and non-fossil. I mean, you can't say that coal has emissions, so has natural gas. So if you're saying that, nahi sahab, so you should phase out coal, I turn around and ask them that, when are you phasing out your gas-based capacity? The problem is that those who have, the developed countries who have gas-based capacity cannot phase it out in a hurry because they need the base load. Now the developed world has an advantage. They have an advantage because they have huge capacities of nuclear energy. Now nuclear is non-fossil, it does not have emissions. But the developing world does not. As I said, we are a huge country and our nuclear capacity is just 6,700 megawatts against an established capacity of 400,000 megawatts. So that's minuscule. And what about the other developing countries? Their nuclear capacity is non-existent. So if they replace the fossil fuels, where do they get their base load from? Your question. Now in the developed world itself, there are questions about adding nuclear capacity. Where do you store the nuclear waste? And the half-life of nuclear waste is what? 100 million years? Where do you store it? How much capacity do you add? I mean, these are questions which need to be answered. So the technology of it, carbon capture, I told you. I mean, I don't see any viable commercial scale carbon capture, operating in the world, and the climate debate has been going on for so long. So basically, countries have, the developed countries have announced dates. I mean, not only developed countries, all of us have done. We've done. But the problems which arise of technology have not been resolved as yet. They are still out there. The problem of, you want to add nuclear, you can't do it at such a rapid pace. What about the nuclear waste? The problem of the cost of storage, the problem of availability of lithium, the problem of coming up with a chemistry which does not rely on lithium. Research is going on, but it hasn't yet sort of really thrown up a viable alternative so that you can switch to that. We are undertaking this transition because, as I said, our government believes in it. But if you ask me about the developing countries, I mean, these questions arise, and these are the questions which need to be put before the developed countries when they start talking about the climate. So my interlocutors from the developed countries have a difficult time talking to me because I put these questions to them, and they don't have answers. But if you talk about climate energy, these are the questions to put. But one thing is certain. We've established capacity. We are also going to add storage. We'll give viability gap funding. So our volumes will continue. We can afford to do it. But what about the countries who are developing and who can't afford it? Let's talk about the countries in Africa. That's the problem which faces Mr. Mathur, who is the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Those countries, they just don't have the money to afford, renewable energy with storage. They'll need finance. We don't. I mean, as I said, I hold a bid, and it's hotly competitive. Hotly sort of contested. All my bids are hotly contested. So investment is coming. But investments in those poor developing countries in Africa, where will they come from? That is the problem. You can't have. You see, this is one planet, and this one planet means that you can't have, a partial energy transition in one country and no energy transition in another. It's one boat. So basically, just like the world discovered when COVID came, that actually it's one planet. And so it won't help if you decide to, vaccinate your entire population, but you leave the rest of the world, as some countries did. And then the vaccine nationalism, it won't help. The COVID will hit you again. And that's true for the environment as well. So these are questions which I think, as a community of nations, we need to reflect on, and we need to pose before them. And we need to do this clearly, bluntly, so that the discourse on climate and energy is a balanced and a fair discourse. And it's a realistic discourse. Not, as I say, a discourse which is not rooted in reality. I mean, these are questions which need answers. These are questions which need answers. So, we are in a happy place. We have been reaching out through the International Solar Alliance to all the countries and sharing our experiences, because we have gained experiences, achieving this universal access and energy transition. We shall continue to do so. We shall continue to work together with all our friends. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Mr. R.K. Singh for the excellent exposition of both the energy challenges at the country level and the climate challenges at the global level. Sir, you have been the leader in enabling electrification of all homes, of all hamlets, of all villages in this country. You have also been the leader in enabling renewable energy to come in. More than anything else, sir, you have been the leader in enabling the private sector to come in and set up capacity and sell electricity, whether in the generation side, in the transmission side, and increasingly on the distribution side. I want to thank you for this excellent overview. And sir, I think one of the things is that the Indo-Pacific region, where we are all here from, this will be the largest contributor to economic growth over the next 30 years. This means that 2/3 of the projected global energy growth will come from this region. This means that 60% of the entire world population will, and consuming half of the world's food, will come from this region. This is the centrality of all of us in this room. Obviously, we need energy production to meet people's needs, whether it is to go into industry. The Honorable Minister talked of the programs to help increase efficiency in energy. I'll also share that he's leading an effort to see how we can move towards also using this method to decarbonize the industry. Now, the challenge that all of us have is that while the rewards can be very lucrative, why is it that they are not happening? Part of the reasons are the kinds of global configuration that has occurred over the years. We also have our own problems, and in the closed room, I think we should also admit that we have problems. We are all high impact countries as far as climate impacts are concerned. As climate moves on, we are seeing the climate patterns evolve, which certainly don't belie the historical record. We are, several of the 50 most affected countries in the world are in this region. Includes cities which are amongst the fastest sinking. There are numbers which indicate that many of our major cities could be underwater, or at least parts of them as much as 1.5 meters would be underwater by 2050. This means that all of us also have a refugee problem. 2020s, therefore, is a decisive decade for us. We have a mammoth challenge, but as the minister said, we also have wonderful building blocks from our experience, from the experience of other countries. As the International Solar Alliance, I continue to admire the way in which solar rooftops have taken off in Vietnam. We can learn from that. We therefore, at the same time, have to focus on manufacturing, because several of the world's manufacturing hubs are in this region. We need to ensure that digital powerhouses continue to function as such. We need to ensure that knowledge centers need to continue as such. Very clearly, because energy is a prime contributor to all of them, there is the challenge of ensuring speed and scale while enabling the transition. The good thing is, while the sun is shining, while the wind is blowing, renewables provides the cheapest electricity in almost all countries in the region. The challenge is, and the minister said it very clearly, what happens when the sun goes down and the wind does not blow? We need storage, and we need cost-effective storage as we move ahead. One of the things that has occurred over the last few years, actually starting in the last conference of the parties, is the launch of the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative to link places where the sun is still shining and therefore you can produce solar energy to those places where the sun has set. So for example, from India to East Asia, when it is dark in East Asia, it's still light in India, and so on. This therefore enables each one of us to do a different calculus on how much energy do we generate internally, how much storage capacity do we have internally, and how much do we get by these inter-country transfers, or inter-regional transfers, if I may call them. But all of this is also predicated on ensuring that finances flow. In the year 2021, something of the order of about $200 billion, 190 to be very exact, $190 billion was invested in solar energy. Only 26% of it went into countries outside the OECD and China. Why? This is, all of us are where the largest energy growth is. Why is not more solar investment coming in? And I come back to the point that the minister made. What we need is comfort for investors to invest in all geographies. This is something that we need to work on. I would like to invite the esteemed panelists that we have to share their perspectives on these kinds of interventions, both on the challenges in phasing out fossil fuels and in phasing in renewable energy, and suggest ingenious, innovative ways which helps us build bridges and ensure sustainable development in our region. I would first request Mr. Benny Suryadi from the ASEAN Centre for Energy in Indonesia to address the gathering. Mr. Suryadi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable High Excellency, Mr. Raj Kumar Singh, Union Minister of Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. It's really an honor to meet you in person today, following your present during the first ASEAN-India High-Level Conference on Renewable Energy that was conducted online in February this year. And also, thank you very much to the Chair, Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General of International Solar Alliance, for your lovely introduction. And I also would like to thank you for your support during the same event back in February. As introduced, my name is Benny Suryadi from the ASEAN Centre for Energy. As an ASEAN entity in the energy sector, we facilitate the discussion and cooperation between ASEAN and its dialogue partner, including India. And representing the ASEAN Centre for Energy today, it's an honor for me to join with you all at the Delhi Dialogue, as we believe this is an excellent platform for us to build the dialogue and the discussion between ASEAN and India and beyond, building the bridges for the better world. Ladies and gentlemen, as many speakers mentioned in these 2 days, we are now in a challenging time, a very critical time to shape the direction of the global development. Not to oversimplify the other issue, but I do believe that we have a common understanding that energy and climate change are among the most crucial challenges that we are facing today and in the future. We have a growing concern about the continuing rise in the global greenhouse gas emission in the view of the finding recent report from the IPCC, and about the remaining gaps between the nationally determined contribution pledge submitted at the COP26 last year and the level of ambition required to achieve the objective of the Paris Agreement. On another side, I also mentioned earlier, there are also serious concerns about the compounding socio-economic impact of the climate change and of the COVID-19 pandemic on the most vulnerable groups, with the latest World Meteorological Organization State of the Climate Report announcing a record atmospheric GHG concentration and associated accumulated heat last year. Our grave concern about the continuing increase in the losses and damage experienced disproportionately by developing countries, including us in the Southeast Asia and India, because of intensifying climate-related extreme weather and the slow onset event. We do recognize that climate change has a negative impact on the basic needs for the human life, such as food, water, energy, clean and green environment, and health, including the supporting ecosystem, and that vulnerable groups, including women, children, older people, people with disability, and low-income people are disproportionately affected by the adverse impact of the climate change. The issues that I mentioned are impacting us in the Southeast Asia, and I assume that also in the same case here in India. We have and share the same concern on this critical situation. Hence, the cooperation is definitely needed. In the international area, every nation has always been interdependent. Even after attaining the highest level of development, every nation will still have some dependency on other nations to fulfill their interests. Thus, every state must involve in international relations with the other country or other actors in the international system. Being involved in international relations allows nations to cooperate, pool resources, and share information to face global issues beyond any countries or region. The sovereign state conduct their international relations and interact with the other through their foreign policy, promoting their national interests in relation with the other countries bilaterally and multilaterally. For this case, foreign policy becomes an essential part of increasing foreign cooperation in the energy sectors. Among the foreign policy tools that can be leveraged to support the country in managing geopolitical consequences of the energy issue, diplomacy becomes inevitably a form of the energy policy. Besides a conducive political situation in the country, the role of the diplomacy to attract more foreign investors is also essential. As highlighted by the Minister and Mr. Ajay before, that the energy diplomacy with the foreign investor has also a significant role in the middle of top competition in the energy accessibility globally. For us, in the Southeast Asia region, the participation of the 10 countries in the ASEAN Plan of Action for the Energy Cooperation, our regional blueprint, is a form of energy diplomacy where the member states work collaboratively and cooperate with the dialogue partner, international organization, and private sector and academy to achieve the regional target. When we talk about accelerating the national development or regional development, securing energy supply and serving global demand on renewable energy become a must. This is the message that always being emphasized, especially also for us in the context of ASEAN, because each ASEAN member state has a potential resource to develop renewable energy, but it still can't be optimized due to some obstacle like geographical position and the high investment costs. At least 3 factors can be obstacle to the investment climate that we experience in the region, such as the technology and infrastructure, private sector funding, and also unclear regulation on policy regarding the investment. We in ASEAN should enhance its energy diplomacy and cooperation because the strengthening diplomacy from the inside could also help share best practice, knowledge resource, and circulation of the investment. Honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN and India are the 2 huge entities with a total population of around 2 billion and collective GDP of approximately almost 6 trillion US dollar. Hence, the cooperation between both parties is essential to achieve the national and global target. As highlighted by Minister before, India has set an ambitious climate goal and it even increased its commitment during the COP26 last year. It aims to achieve a non-fossil energy capacity of 500 gigawatt, meet 50% of its energy requirement from renewable energy, and reduce the total projected carbon emission, and also going further to achieve the target of the net zero. We at the ASEAN region also have a very ambitious target. Under our regional blueprint, the ASEAN Plan of Action for the Energy Cooperation that was endorsed by the 10 Ministers on Energy, we set the goal to achieve the aspirational target to increase the component of renewable energy to 23% by 2025 in the ASEAN energy mix, including through increasing the share of renewable energy in the installed capacity to 35 by 2025. To date, almost all of the countries in the ASEAN region have announced a net zero emission pledge, accounting for about 91% of the region carbon emission. Maintaining the pace of this growing ambition and seizing the emerging decarbonization opportunity are essential as the path toward achieving the net zero in the region is narrow and brief. By the end of COP26 last year also, we have 8 of the 10 ASEAN member states has pledged to the net zero emission, with Vietnam and Thailand announcing their aspiration, and followed by Laos, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And meanwhile, Brunei, Myanmar, and Singapore were among the first movers to announce the net zero target last year. And to this end, when taken together, the emerging vision crystallizing for the 10 countries in the region to reach the net zero economy between 2050 and 2065 could potentially see the region surpassing our original target. Therefore, the increased collaboration between India and ASEAN will be mutually advantageous. To conclude my remarks, I would like to emphasize the importance and urgency for ASEAN India to enhance its collaboration on the energy transition. We share many similarities, both in the potential and challenge. To some context, ASEAN India is also facing the same pressure from the developed world. Beyond our common similarity on the geographical situation, the current energy mix, and also the enormous potential on renewable energy. As mentioned, the ASEAN is escalating our effort on the renewable energy. Similarly, India, as explained before, took the lead in establishment of the International Solar Alliance. The country approach to promoting renewable energy also has been citizen-centric, which is successfully demonstrated its solar rooftop program and massive program for solarizing agricultural farms across the countries. And one major highlight is, of course, the launching the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. I believe the ASEAN-India connection is vital for the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, and the Green Grid initiative, which is our institution. The ASEAN Centre for Energy is also part of it for the Asia-Pacific Group. Hence, we at the ASEAN Centre for Energy stand ready to support and collaborate with India, with ICA, to take part and reach out to get insight into the plan of greening grid, present report value for regional cooperation, and push the energy transition. I learned that International Solar Alliance itself, it's examining the utilization of the sun as a battery principle, and hopefully will be connecting India to the ASEAN countries. There is a huge opportunity to expand this grid integration beyond what we have in ASEAN, the ASEAN Power Grid, to the Indian subcontinent, in line with the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative. So ASEAN and India can and should work together to develop an entire ecosystem for renewable that promotes knowledge sharing, capacity building, and technical assistance, and also explore joint initiative for the development of the renewable energy manufacturing hubs in the region. I shall stop here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Have a follow-up discussion. Thank you very much.
I'll beg to be excused. I have some urgent work which I have to go and attend to. So my officers will be here. Thank you.
I want to thank the Minister for his presence and particularly the thought-provoking remarks that he provided. We move on, and I request the next speaker, Dr. Hezri Adnan from the Malaysian Institute of Economic Research, to present his thoughts on the energy and climate challenges of the next decade. Dr. Adnan.
Eminent Chairman, Honorable Minister have just left us, distinguished panelists and learned participants of the Delhi Dialogue, greetings of peace, greetings of solidarity. Let me begin by expressing my deep gratitude to the organizers of the Delhi Dialogue, especially Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, for inviting the Indonesian Institute of Economic Research to this discussion today. The theme of the dialogue is very apt. The bridge we want to build is a natural bridge, actually, because we share a common destiny, geographically and also historically. Personally, I prefer to refer to Southeast Asia as Bhumantara. Bhumantara is short for Bhumi di Antara, which is Sanskrit, I believe, which stands for the land in between. It is the land between the great civilizations of China and India. This term was popularized by a few decades ago by the Indonesian intellectual Sultan Takdir Ali Shah. And last night during dinner, we were reminded of the immense soft power India has on the peoples of ASEAN through faith traditions, through culinary diversity, through literature, diaspora connections, not to mention Bollywood. India's engagement with Southeast Asia is profound, having passed through ancient, medieval, colonial and post-colonial societies or phases. Today, Bhumantara or Southeast Asia lies geographically and strategically at the center of the Indo-Pacific. But ladies and gentlemen, the Indo-Pacific is not only a strategic space, it is also a theater of climate insecurity. It is already the region most exposed to climate hazards globally. According to Global Climate Risk Index 2021, Myanmar is the second most vulnerable country in the world to extreme weather events from 2000 to 2019. And Philippines also is number 4, I think. And Thailand and Vietnam are also among the 10 countries in this world that have suffered the most from climate-related events, both humanly and also materially. For the economies of the ASEAN countries, even a small rise in sea level poses a serious threat. In countries like Indonesia and the Philippines, with over 90,000 kilometers of coastline, populations are at risk from coastal erosion and flooding due to rising sea levels. Coastal megacities that are less than 1 meter above sea level are increasingly threatened by storm surges and coastal flooding. The loss of important agricultural areas such as the Irrawaddy Delta and the Chao Phraya Delta would have severe impacts on food production. Natural disasters in the Indo-Pacific region are becoming more frequent and devastating. Between 2008 and 2018, almost 1,800 disasters were recorded in Asia and the Pacific, affecting more than 1.5 billion people. And of the people affected, about 210 million people, about 50% of them, were displaced by disasters in the region. These developments exacerbate poverty, it exacerbates social inequality in the Pacific. They could also fuel conflict and instability. And ladies and gentlemen, that is my first point, that the Indo-Pacific is a high climate risk region, and we therefore need to build green bridges to manage the risks. In the next few minutes, I would like to make 2 more points on this panel about energy transition and also climate adaptation. First, I would like to talk about the implementation of climate change mitigation among ASEAN members. Of course, we are very encouraged by the many ambitious pledges made in the run-up to the COP26. And nowadays, there's a lot of excitement about going green. There's a saying that goes, renewable energy is the new coal, battery is the new fuel, and the Internet of Things is the new power grid. Among ASEAN member states, Thailand, the Philippines, and Malaysia and others have steadily increased our installed capacity for wind and solar power. In Vietnam, solar PV has increased sharply in 2019. But if we look at the nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, of the Paris Agreement, there is a contribution of ASEAN members to mitigate climate change globally. I would say that our solutions are disproportionate to the threat that climate change poses us. In 2008-2018, fossil fuels accounted for 85% of the growth in primary energy demand. The share of renewables in the primary energy mix also stagnated. We also see rapid expansion of coal power in the energy mix. Since the so-called fourth energy transition will not happen overnight, international cooperation is essential. It has taken the world about 50 years to provide 40% of coal since 1840, 50 years to provide 30% of crude oil since 1915, 50 years to provide 20% gas since 1930, and modern renewables made only about 5 to 6% of global demand as of 2015. And I'm very encouraged to hear what Minister R.K. Singh has mentioned of this great acceleration of renewable energy penetrations in India. And this, of course, begs for international cooperation between India and ASEAN. Of course, there's been a lot of international cooperation on energy. It has helped some countries in ASEAN to transition from oil to coal, but through coal-powered fire plants. These FDI projects were fully or partly financed with Chinese loans and developed mainly by contractors from China. The cooperation has helped to close the gaps in energy access in Southeast Asia. The coal-based investment abroad have also helped China to calm the frustration of their domestic, mainly middle class, about pollution internally or domestically. However, it also means that China has exported a significant amount of its CO2 emissions to Southeast Asia since 2005. The Indo-Pacific region definitely needs cleaner and greener energy cooperation. Last night, we heard from the Honorable Indian Foreign Minister about two mechanisms under India's leadership, one of which is ASEAN-India Green Fund and also the International Solar Alliance. Of the ASEAN member states, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Mehta, only Myanmar and Cambodia are signatories to the International Solar Alliance, along with 104 other countries. Attracting more ASEAN members would be the next logical step toward building the Green Bridge. In recent years, there's also been an euphoria in the investment and business world about the environmental, social, and governance risks, or ESGs. And we heard about trillions of US dollars floating here and there. How can we connect green businesses in India with those in ASEAN? What platform should we create or use so that the private sector on both sides can work together? And my final point is this. We also need to build a bridge between India and ASEAN to adapt to climate change. There are also trade-offs if we seek energy security. In recent years, there's been a lot of talk about the water-food energy nexus with flash ponds in the Mekong Basin, in the Tibetan Plateau, in Central Asia and the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. And climate change multiplies the threat to all the problems that we face. As countries, we all adapt to these changes, but often in isolation. In the future, we can explore the following cooperation. People-to-people initiatives through leadership and climate adaptation visit program. I think we should explore this further. We can learn about localization of development in India, and as the largest democracy, could you perhaps share with us how to engage citizen science? Some years back, there was a funding from the Nippon Foundation, funded by a boat racing company, which I think the funding went on for about 15 years. It's called the Nippon Foundation Asian Public Intellectual Fellowship. This has enabled a lot of learning or cross-fertilization of ideas among intellectuals and academics in the region. And I think similarly, I think we can build this platform further in the context of decarbonization. A lot can be learned from India and ASEAN. And the excellent ecosystem for startups that you have, we would like also to know how the dimensions of sustainability and inclusiveness are taken into account. Perhaps we should consider creating a joint innovation committee for research and development to share experiences and also find solutions. Mr. Bani, you have also mentioned a couple of suggestions which I shouldn't duplicate here. But cooperation on climate adaptation must not end just as social cultural exchanges. Cooperation could evolve into solid economic investment opportunities for both ASEAN and India. Lastly, from look east to act east, it is now time for India to act in the Indo-Pacific, and let us build green bridges together. As a landmass sandwich between India and China, Bumantara or Southeast Asia, the task of walking the talk is not mission impossible. Ladies and gentlemen, it is good to be with you here. Thank you very much for listening.
Such a pleasure to hear you. I am particularly pleased at the emphasis that you provided on the building of bridges, both on the adaptation side and also on the mitigation side. And I think that's one of the tasks for all of us beyond this meeting in this hall, to start looking at the kinds of interventions that come out. It is now my pleasure to invite my dear friend of many years, Dr. Hon'ble Mori, from the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, called as IRIA, I think, to now share his thoughts with us. Dr. Hon'ble Mori.
Thank you, Ajay-ji, and good afternoon, participants and delegates and my fellow panelists. It is my great pleasure to be here in this panel, and thanks to Professor Sachin and Professor Prabir and inviting IRIA to this panel. And basically our discussion, could you please show my slides? And I think Ajay-ji has framed the questions for the panelists, and we are facing, when thinking about the energy and the climate change and the transition we are talking, we face dilemmas, and then we face the narratives, and Minister Singh has told the success story of what the narratives that is brought by India, and but if you look into this Indo-Pacific, which is the focus of our discussion, and building the bridges within the Indo-Pacific, and there are three inconvenient truths. We need to accept it. The first truth is, as mentioned by Ajay-ji, and by 2050, the population, the total population of India and ASEAN, if you believe in the 5,000 scientists working on the IPCC report, these people, these 2 billion people will be living in an insecure world. This insecurity comes in terms of energy, in terms of water, and in terms of food. These three are interrelated. And we do have that scene, that is a coastal floodings and in urban heat stress. It is happening, it is already happening, but it will be worsening. The second inconvenience is, yesterday night we have been discussing about the socio-cultural bondages between India and the ASEAN, Southeast Asia. And for past 3 years, we have been working on it gradually, progressively, but we also developed an architecture. That architecture has not been fully utilized in this past 30 years. And third inconvenience truth is this transition, this energy transition to a low carbon, climate resilient, is a costly affair. Somebody has to pay for it. Who is going to pay for it? And Minister has narrated the dilemma from the international financial architecture as well as the national initiatives. I would like to touch upon these three inconveniences and what could be the possible solutions through the regional cooperation. In spite of all these dilemmas, the countries, India and the ASEAN 10 member ASEAN countries, went to London, Glasgow, last November, and we enhanced our ambition to find a net zero economy. And for example, India has committed for 2070, and Malaysia, basically, it is putting in law for the net zero economy, and followed by some other countries, and basically they have the pledges, and also some countries also discussion and how this framework could be. But when they say that net zero, when they committed, particularly in India case, this commitment comes with a confidence. If you look, that is how we has been improved from 2014 to 2020. And this India's ranking, elevated ranking, comes basically, I think, because of the investment that is we made in the renewable energy, fastest growing renewable energy investment in the world. But still we are struggling, and the first 3 places are still vacant. None has achieved that 1 to 3 ranking. So that means the opportunity. But transforming to take this energy transition in the ASEAN countries, it will be a complicated and complex story. We did at IRIA did a simulation, and by achieving the 2060, we need to quadruple our efforts in the renewable energy that is coming from the solar, onshore wind, and then hydros, geothermal, biomass. And also we need to look into that fossil fuel and whether this carbon capture and utilization station technologies, so still is in the niche market, whether it can be introduced. And also there is, for the case of India, there is a role for the nuclear to play down. And third one is also other new type of fuels like hydrogen, ammonia, and electrical vehicles. So there cannot be a one silver bullet or silver strategy to achieve this net zero transition for ASEAN and as well as the India. But if you look into the current status, I think IRIA has developed a database of non-tariff barriers for the goods and services. And we extend some of the data and we apply to these low carbon technologies and goods and services. And we found still we have an uncomfortable zone. And here we find these tariff rates widely varies across the ASEAN countries. It is starting from 3% to 12%. So what it does means it is an artificial increase of the technologies, the cost of the technologies, affordability of this energy that is a new modern energy that can be a low carbon or green. Ajay ji mentioned about the capital flows. What are the bottlenecks? We have it. It is before COVID, and the area contacted about 2,000 institutional investors, bankers, and the project developers. We asked them, what are your constraints? Because we know that is what this region needs, including India, is in billions. But what the flow it is happening is in millions. What is the problem? We asked them, and we found that there are 3 types of problems that exist. The first one is about the policies and the regulations. We know that these policies are changing and changing over time, and is also complicated. So the first thing that is a private sector, which is holding the resources, both the technology and the finance, they feel they need a much more consistent policies and simplified mechanisms. Second thing, institutional barriers exist. We don't have the kind of mechanisms or due diligence apparatus or the human resources, both in the ministries and in the banking sector and the investors. So these technologies are evolving, and today's technology may be obsolete for tomorrow. So what type of risk that is we are taking? So we don't have that kind of capacity, institutional capacity at the different sectors to address the problem, address the challenges, the risk, the future is. And also we have the market failures, and most of these markets are operating in the national boundaries. We don't have that integrated market. Though in spite of a lot of talks, and here our effort is very much less, particularly when coming to the renewable energy. These are the small fragmented markets where institutional investor is not very much interested because the rate of return he gets is very much low. So do we have the problems? And these are the quantified problems. These problems exist in ASEAN. It exists in ASEAN plus 3 that includes India, and also it exists in China and Korea. So here we can say these are the problems that has been agreed by more than 60% of the stakeholders. We also had the missed opportunities. I think yesterday Dr. Ramesh Subramanian mentioned about the green recovery, and we mapped what has happened and during this pandemic period. pandemic period, for example, Europe and Korea has utilized it as an opportunity to stimulate their economy with this new green investment, green and digital investments. But it didn't happen in India and ASEAN. So, but at the same time, we also need to appreciate the countries, the renewable energy investment they committed, they didn't go back. And also the commitment for the feed-in tariff, it remained. So it shows their determination to go for it in the difficult times. But at the same time, if you look into this left-hand graph, still countries has supported this cash-free travel and subsidies for the manufacturing, and then continued subsidy for the fossil fuels. It may be on the negative side. And in 2008, countries like Vietnam and Thailand, and they invested a lot on the green stimulus. We don't find that kind of a drive during this pandemic period. So what can be done? And we know there is a problems. We know the challenges. The challenges are common to India and ASEAN countries. Then we asked this again during pandemic. We went back to the same people, the stakeholders. We asked them what could be the regionally coordinated solutions. These are the things that came out from the questionnaire. Basically, we approached about 600 people, and most of them believe in a kind of more stability could come in terms of investment from putting a price on the carbon, making this energy prices fixed, and which is more reality to the markets. Second thing is they don't want to be a first loser. They want look for some kind of a regional fund, which could be equivalent to the subsidies that collectively these countries has put in. So that kind of a fund could be used as a guarantee mechanism for driving in the more investments. Third one is we need a much more harmonized the regional standards and the de-risking mechanisms for the energy companies. So these are the things that we not formulated, we invented. These are coming from the stakeholders, coming from the regions. So here we need to think on how we can bring this India-ASEAN cooperation can work on it to develop a kind of solid framework. So there is different stakeholders and the other partnership could evolve. So this is a kind of a framework that area has been working on past 6 years to build based on the empirical analysis, stakeholder consultation, and some reality check. This framework is built upon the 5 pillars. First 3 pillars could be a market-driven, where there is removing the trade barriers and pooling up the public and the private sector resources. Third one is the integration of these emerging carbon markets, where India has an opportunity to tell its positive stories. And then other 2 pillars basically should be driven by the mandated by the governments, which include these innovation systems, more under public-private partnerships and cross-border partnership to put the innovation and finally the capacity building. So this is a kind of a 5-point agenda that we can think about this India and the ASEAN partnership to move towards this energy transition or the net zero economy. But we do have a problem that has been already mentioned by my colleague Maidin and the climate change adaptation. Look at this first story, and this shows that is vulnerable. I think India and the other ASEAN countries are most vulnerable. And only few countries has ready for it, addressing this risk in the future. That includes Malaysia, Brunei, and Singapore, which is high income brackets. But if most of the countries in India and the CLMV and other countries still, we need to improve our capacity to adapt to this risk. Here also India can help, and India has put a lot of investments. It has been taken in the last 30 years, developing this infrastructure and the satellite, observation satellites, and the communication technologies. And now it has in, I think in the last session, Minister mentioned about how this mobile network has been enhanced. So these things can be combined and a package could be developed for the climate resilience. We have seen it in smart cities, how this package of the technologies has improved this service, energy service improvement, as well as the water service information. It also helped in the pandemic period. So this type of technology package could be made widely and it is accessible to ASEAN countries. So this is a kind of a framework we told, and already ASEAN is working on this trans-border disaster information platform. That platform could be enhanced through the India partnership by developing or by integrating this new type of digital twins, where there is the analog systems and the digital system could work together and develop a platform where this data could be shared among the countries and the stakeholders. So finally, this is my last slide. And if you're looking a decade ahead, 5 to 10 years, what India and ASEAN can together? The thing is, as mentioned by Pabidi, we do have a framework conditions. APAC, ASEAN Plan of Action for the Energy Cooperation. It is a blueprint where the 10 countries working together. It could be expanded to include India. And it could be an extension of ISA and AIEPG. So there is these things, and developing a new solar value chain and the hydrogen value chain could be considered under this framework, where India can take the lead and take a partnership. So it could be one of these new strategy, and for opportunity for both India and ASEAN come together and develop a new value systems. And it could be one of these for the decarbonization strategy. Second thing is, we need a crowdfunding, and most of the funding is available in the private sector. This private sector need de-risking mechanisms. So here the opportunities, domestic resource mobilization can look into this real energy pricing at the carbon markets. This is one of the untapped potential. Here most of the, like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand, they are thinking about whether go for this emission trading system or the carbon tax. Here this is where India can join and we can work together and developing a common and integrated market, or at least the framework conditions where each one can work on their own phase. Third one is, as mentioned, and we need to work on it, this 5-point agenda. There's a kind of a dialogue which could be started, and also developing a transformation, trans-border information systems, focusing on this climate resilience. Thank you very much, and I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hon'ble Mori. I think the comprehensiveness of both the problem statements and the kinds of bridges that can be built to address those problems was admirable. And finally, I request Mr. Thuta Ong from the Mandalay Forum for East Asian Studies in Myanmar to share his thoughts with us and present his perspective. Dr. Ong.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I would like to first express my special thanks to Dr. Brebiade and the rest of the RIS colleagues for this wonderful opportunity to be here. And I've also been, I've been very well behaved. I try to stick to the 10 slides rule. So the way I will have to do that is the title slide is actually the solution. So I'm being economical on the slides. So the best way we can look at the solution for the next 10 years, the next decade for the energy and the sustainability is that we should be creating climate cooperatives. And in case my title is too left-leaning for you, perhaps in a more collective entrepreneurship or some co-own ventures or entrepreneurship, that could be the alternate title. I do run a think tank in Mandalay, and also I have a consulting firm in Singapore that works on due diligence, so that my think tank can be funded. Someone has to make the money. In terms of the major challenge, so I've proposed a solution. So perhaps we can go to the problems. The major problem is that there is this disconnect throughout the value chain, throughout the stakeholders, and I believe that is the major detriment. I'm sure we are all mindful that there are different players in the value chain, and of course, many of their views are somewhat disconnected. Oops. When we look at because I've worked in international development before, and the value chain, the global value chain, is something that is dear to me, especially in the in the space of sustainability and energy. The more disconnected the stakeholders are, then the more likely that people will say, oh, not my sector's problem, not my problem, and then that ability to dissociate from that problem actually is a major challenge to sustainability. And here, if you were present in day one, I listened to this beautiful phrase by Admiral Kumar that seas unite. Perhaps we should act more naval. We should act more like our naval colleagues, and but it is actually a natural form that we are all connected. But how did we become more compartmentalized? Perhaps it is the product of I guess in Myanmar and India, a very easy and a popular way is to somewhat blame our colonial times, and I will do that. And perhaps it is the product of Western education that the need for over-specialization and compartmentalization happened, and that is something that we may need to detach from. But bringing that experience that I have worked with the UK government in the development space, the closest thing that is inclusive and that has the holistic approach is that of the M4P, or the market systems approach, where the stakeholders and the enablers, the regulators are all considered as part of a system. And this is a system that we could also use in our energy sustainability. It's something that we can all reference. It's a nice donut, very easy to remember. We call it the donut system. And this is a model that could be of the most benefit, especially to our rural stakeholders, because in rural environments, everything is very connected. The rural ecotourism project is very much connected to the rural energy generation project. So the donut model is another proposal of mine that we could look at in our quest to have more sustainability. And here, the other idea that I would like to propose is that the sustainability issues are big problems, and therefore we need thought leadership on this. And of course, events like Daily Dialogue are the incubators of new ideas and thought leadership. And here I would like to get back to what I said earlier with regard to decolonize our thinking. We are very much used to our specialization and compartmentalization, and this is something that we will have to, and we should, go beyond. And of course, who should play a key role in decolonizing our thinking and decolonization of sustainability, education. And of course, I'm going to name a country, and I don't name this country simply because I have been showered by hospitality during this event, and I believe India should lead this. India is primed to play a key role in leading this in this thought leadership process in the whole Indo-Pacific context. Because of the, of course, we all enjoyed the cultural show yesterday. India has this thing with the holistic approach. The inclusiveness is actually in the Hindu nature and the Buddhist nature, which I believe can be led towards the business schools and the engineering departments. And of course, India and Myanmar, of course, in the old days, Burma are the two countries where the concept of intermediate technologies were once studied and made known by leading economists such as E.F. Schumacher in his seminal book, Small is Beautiful. So these are the countries, in India in particular, would be prime to play a key role. And of course, India, of course, I have my company in Singapore, and I do a lot of business there. And of course, Singaporean universities are very much world-leading in rankings, etc. But India has the numbers, yeah. And India has so many centers of excellence and the R&D capabilities that it will be a shame for India not to take a key role in the sustainability research. And of course, we must not forget history. I'm sure you know who they are, Ramanujan and Hardy. If you were, of course, the closest thing I am being very mathematical is scoring pretty well on my quantitative methods during my research studies. But I'm not a mathematician, but I do love mathematicians, and Ramanujan is the one who is really prominent in the mathematical world, together with his supervisor and later colleague Hardy. So India has done that, and it could be done again. And this is in the new decade. I don't think we should be too humble. I don't think we should be too humble to use the old models of the West to solve our ASEAN, solve the problems in the ASEAN-India regions. Yeah. And of course, decolonization, there are many people who talk about decolonization, and decolonization can't happen just purely with goodwill. And of course, decolonization is not just good drama. Yeah? So sometimes in cultures with a lot of verbal culture, there can be a lot of drama, but we will have to go beyond drama in our efforts to decolonize the knowledge. We need good strategies. And of course, I can share some notes on arguing strategy from Stanford, and we should apply that. Decolonization is best done through strategy, and this could be the collective effort in the Indo-Pacific. And of course, the 3 points in the whole process is we should be looking at the education sector to educate our stakeholders. We should incubate more cooperatives. We should incubate more social enterprises. The speaker from Tata this morning mentioned about social enterprises, which I'm very pleased. I believe India already has a lot of entrepreneurship programs, and in the UK, for instance, if I go to 3 business schools, I can see 9 entrepreneurship programs. I think we have plenty of entrepreneurship support now. But I think this is a time where we should be incubating new ventures that support people from the bottom of the pyramid. Because whatever great ideas we have at events like this, if we don't involve folks from the bottom of the pyramid, things are not going to trickle down too well. The best is to involve them, therefore incubating climate-friendly cooperatives will be the way. And of course, the regulatory colleagues, the regulation part, the knowledge also needs to go through the whole decolonization process. And of course, regulation is not for the purpose of strangulation. Yeah? It's the, of course, in the countries that I operate, there can be, the purpose of regulation should be to, prevent harm or do no harm principles, rather than having a mechanism to grant permits and for stakeholders to seek permission, because there's a fertile ground for corruption, ladies and gentlemen, and you don't want to go there. So, with that, the other solution is yesterday, one of the speakers complained about having so many talks, but very little action. And sometimes, of course, in democracies, which, as you are aware, we have just lost ours, there is the need to go through hurdles. And of course, that can be a bit, that some people may complain that as a bureaucracy, but actually it's better to have bureaucracy than not. The solution could be to do projects. So a joint project between the engineering schools and business schools in India with the local government, that could happen before we pass anything anything substantial, regulation-wise or lawmaking, policy-making wise. And these projects could be the solution to the whole process of acting east, which is beyond look east. Yeah, and I'd like to end here. Success breeds success, and I'm optimistic about the next decade, as long as we all take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ong. You will agree that this has been a fascinating session. We have heard from a range of speakers who have shared their thoughts with us, but more importantly, also shared how we can build bridges. This is important because I think one of the things that everybody shared was the kinds of structures that are needed. There was amongst, I think, most of the people also a discussion of the kinds of problems that are there. And I think that is the first step, because understanding what the problems are is, as they say, half the battle. But whether it was regarding the issues of the interconnections between the Indian and ASEAN regions, whether it is about the common disasters and the impacts, climate impacts that we all look at, whether it is the challenges that we see regarding the building up of solutions to these kinds of challenges, I think all the speakers have provided us with a lot of food for thought. I was particularly taken in by Dr. Ong's view on, I think you started off with a slide which said, crafting climate cooperatives. It's a very evocative title. And the very idea that different stakeholders become co-owners in enterprises is a thoughtful and powerful one. If we can enable this across geographies, it becomes even more powerful, because then there are very strong reasons for us to seek the success of other geographies as well, and draw on the kinds of successes that we have seen in the geographies that we tend to know better. I again want to thank Mr. Suryadi, Dr. Adnan, Dr. Anbimori, Mr. Ong, and most of all, our minister who gave the keynote address, Mr. R.K. Singh, for his thoughtful remarks. And to each of you gentlemen, Many, many thanks, and I hope that this conversation is the beginning of action and not the, so it's just the end of the beginning and not the beginning of the end. Thank you all very, very much.
So we will present memento to our eminent panelist and the chair. May I request Dr. Prabir De, who is a professor at RIS, to kindly present the memento to our eminent panelist. Post this session, we'll have he's standing right there. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your thoughts on the subject. It's been quite enlightening discussion. May I request our participants to Indian Council of World Affairs, ICW in New Delhi, is chairing this session. And in this session, special remarks are by Ambassador Siddhartho R. Suryadipuro, Director General ASEAN Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Jakarta. And I would like to inform you all that due to some unavoidable circumstances, he could not fly. We have panelist, Mr. Koji Hachiyama, Chief Operating Officer, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Jakarta. In the panel, we have Dr. Ian Hall, Professor of International Relations, Griffith University and Deputy Director Research, Griffith Asia Institute, Brisbane. His message would be read by Dr. Prabir De. He has sent a message to us. In the panel, we have Mr. Kavi Chankitavan, Senior Fellow, Institute of Security and International Studies, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok. And we also have in the panel Professor Dr. Wang An-Tuan, Vice President, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, Hanoi. Thank you so much, panelists, for gracing the occasion. And before we begin the session, may I request our panelists to pose for a photograph, for a group photograph, please. Over to the chair of this session, Indo-Pacific Way Forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining this session, and I am personally delighted to be with Mr. Koji Hashiyama, Mr. Kavi Shonkitavaram, and Professor Dr. Hang Ang-Tuan. Unfortunately, two of our panelists, the lead speaker and one of our panelists, have not been able to join us because for certain health-related issues, they were unable to travel. But I am delighted to be part of this panel and to chair this penultimate session of the 12th Delhi Dialogue. As you all know, the Delhi Dialogue is now an annual feature of the India-ASEAN calendar, and it has this year an even greater salience because it is being held to coincide with a commemorative foreign ministers meeting to mark 30 years of the India-ASEAN partnership. I am grateful to Dr. Mohan Kumar, Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, and Dr. Prabir De for having invited me to join this session, and also would like to congratulate them on a very successful hosting of this important event. So now we are at the penultimate session, and I should also say that this is normally in most conference circuits referred to as the graveyard shift, following immediately after lunch and being the last but one session. So the challenge really is, how do we wake it up by talking about the future of the Indo-Pacific, the path ahead. And we have, of course, had 2 days of very, very useful and insightful discussions. So can we build on those discussions when we talk about the past, about the future, or should we look back at the past 30 years and see what are the lessons which we can derive from the path which the India-ASEAN partnership has taken so far? The past 2 days has been about building bridges, and this session is appropriately enough titled The Way Forward. Now, the outcome of the ministerial meeting had an impressive list of action points that cover the entire canvas of the India-ASEAN relationship. And these are the obvious nuts and bolts of the relationship and provide certainly a very practical way, the practical path for the way forward. So what do we do in this panel when we talk about the way forward? And I would suggest and recommend to my fellow panelists that we look at two particular issues which interest me in particular from an Indian point of view. And certainly all of you are aware that there are questions about the definition of the Indo-Pacific, what comprises the region as we know it. But from an Indian perspective, the Indo-Pacific is a vast region which extends all the way to the east coast of Africa. But whenever I attend an ASEAN meeting, which focuses also on the Indo-Pacific, I'm struck by one big contrast. And this is something which has stayed with me from the time I was in Singapore about 10 years ago. Because from an Indian point of view, when you look east, you find that ASEAN has, through its efforts over the past 3 or 4 decades, built up block by block a regional architecture, and this has to a very great extent covered not just the Bay of Bengal and the Eastern Indian Ocean, but also a large part of the Pacific. And this is, I think, what is so significant when India says that yes, there is a certain ASEAN centrality when we look at the Indo-Pacific, because it is the creation of this regional architecture, and the critical importance of this regional architecture is that it tempers and contains different kinds of contestations. So ASEAN itself, its dialogue partnerships, the ASEAN Plus mechanisms, the ADMM Plus, etc., etc. All of this is a regional architecture which has been constructed block by block and which acts to temper and contain different kinds of conflicts, and in the process also has great potential of being of providing a basis to create more cooperative partnerships. Now, from an Indian perspective, the significance of this, to me at least, is the contrast which exists when we look at the Western Indian Ocean. And certainly, while both the Eastern and the Western Indian Ocean are really what comprise the Indo-Pacific, but the Western Indian Ocean lacks this kind of regional architecture. And you find the entire Arabian Sea littoral and all the way to the east coast of Africa, you do not have this interlocking cooperative mechanism which can temper and moderate conflicts and provide a platform for more cooperative endeavor. So this contrast between the East and the West is really one critical point, I think, which I feel we should address when we talk about the Indo-Pacific and the path ahead in detail, because as was mentioned by one of the naval officers yesterday, the seas are all united. And this is something which was mentioned in the earlier session too, that you cannot artificially demarcate the seas, and this contrast between the East and the West is something from a political perspective, is something which needs to be addressed. The second point, the second question which I would really pose for the panel is that the discussions in the last 2 days have focused on three critical points which really define the context in which the meeting takes place today. The first of these was the longer term geopolitical turbulence which has been visible for the past decade in the form of US-China contestations and frictions. The second factor is the pandemic and the multiple disruptions that have followed in its wake and continue to affect us. And thirdly and finally is the Ukraine situation, which has added a cutting-edge intensity to both these two factors. Put together, these three amount to a complicated web and impart huge uncertainties to the overall context of regional cooperation, even in the short term. And while this is significant, I'm also struck by the fact that because this is a commemorative summit of 30 years of the India-ASEAN partnership, if we look back, we will seldom come across a decade which has not seen disruptions of an equivalent magnitude. They may not be similar, they may not be identical, but certainly the magnitudes are similar. So if you look at the first decade of this millennium, you had 9/11 and the global war on terror. And then at the end of the first decade, you have the global financial crisis. And certainly both of them have wider extra-regional consequences and certainly had impact and major consequences for each of these countries. And more significantly, both of these major developments, the global war on terror and the global financial crisis, really emerged from factors over which none of us had any control. And we could not do anything else except react. And similar is the context in which we are placed today because of these wider geopolitical contestations. So my question really is that in this context, how do India and ASEAN cooperate even more, with even greater intensity? How do they make sure that their pragmatic path of cooperation remains insulated to the extent possible from these wider contestations, and whether at all it will be possible to insulate ourselves fully from these contestations. Now, these aspects were addressed yesterday by a number of speakers, and I was struck by, I think, what the Indonesian foreign minister had said, that we should make it a habit of looking at events through the lens of opportunity and the lens of cooperation rather than the lens of challenges. It's a striking phrase, and perhaps on that note, I'll close these opening remarks and request the first of our panelists today, Mr. Koji Hashiyama. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, chairs and distinguished speakers, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. It's great pleasure for me to join Daily Dialogue 12. In this opportunity, I'd like to present regarding the Indo-Pacific way forward. The economic and strategic challenges since 2008 have strengthened the briefing policy circles that ASEAN-Pacific cannot sufficiently represent the current economic linkage in East Asia. The deepening of India-ASEAN relations and India's role in the East Asian Summit was important factors. Still, Indo-Pacific was not generally acceptable to many policy regions, such as ASEAN Vision 2040. It was believed to represent security connotations primarily led by the US. But in 2018, Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's speech in the General Assembly of the United Nations, however, changed the focus of economic linkage and cooperation in this region. Free and open Indo-Pacific was emphasized as a platform of all economic cooperation and connectivity in the region, and also between Asia, Africa, and Asia, Europe. He separately revived the Quad, bringing the US as a major economic partners in the region, underplaying the latter's security partners and actively engaging with Australia and India. and with the ASEAN playing an important link in the between. This is an indicator share of Indo-Pacific in the global economy. GDP of major economic players in the Indo-Pacific is 59% of the world. And this is a share of the ASEAN trade partners and FDI inflow to ASEAN. ASEAN centrality in the Indo-Pacific is important to maintain the economic strength and the sustainability of this architecture. Current ASEAN-India engagement have a great scope for increasing the share. This huge potential could bring the further development for both ASEAN and India. East and South Asia are the core of Indo-Pacific and central to the emerging economic architecture in the region. I shall explain the development in the new economic linkage in this region and also throw some light on where the future lies. As many here are aware, East and Southeast Asia have very sophisticated production networks. Since supply chains are partially to economic gravity and efficiency, the region has been very dynamic in manufacturing. And I don't talk much about several regional integration which already started, but such as RCEP, they could bring huge benefit and development to the Indo-Pacific. Another characteristic is that practically, China's centrality in the supply chain in Southeast and East Asia, it has a huge role in the current Asian Pacific. The Indo-Pacific is gearing toward a new connectivity plans and supply chain mainly for creating more volume along existing linkage. The MPAC, ASEAN sub-regional plans like IMTGT, it's Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, or BIMPU IAGAR, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, will be important. Bringing in new region into the IPN, International Production Networks, will be achieved through the AAGC, Asia-African Growth Corridor, IMT Trial Highway, and supply chains in the Mekong region. New and alternate supply chains such as AJI or AJUS will be crucial for the future of Indo-Pacific. The region cannot let the connectivity plan become a foil for regional leadership. And the US-China trade tensions, an example of the China-Australian trade coalition, have brought renewed emphasis of supply chains. Indo-Pacific economic architecture, therefore, is moving forward toward alternate linkage, renewed partnership, which may even attempt toward exclusion. ASEAN's role in this competitive climate is very important. It has to bring a meaningful influence on the architecture. We are better able to plan for the future of the region by analyzing the result from the present crisis. And as we know that COVID-19 revealed the resilience of factory Asia and in many places accelerated its digitalization. However, the lesson from the supply chain platform during the pandemic should help us to build an integrative, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable region through digitalization. Integration requires full use of new wave of the international division of labor by enhancing connectivity. Innovation implies that we shift some weight from incremental innovation to disruptive innovation. Inclusiveness requires to be addressed from the dimensions geographical, industrial, and societal. And finally, sustainability. It has three key areas: energy and environment for low carbon growth, resource and waste management, and disaster management. And for this, digitalization as a key factor for development. Many companies are working for digital transformation. However, this process is a step-by-step approach. I think that most of digital transformation are still at the second stage. In this image, that first stage is that in companies digitalization, and second stage is that company-to-company digitalization. And achieving the third and fourth stage needs the digital connection from upstream to downstream, which requires progress digitalization. And as this image shows that third stage is that in-country digitalization, and fourth is that country-to-country across the border in the region. And as shown in this image, that it will be very, very complicated, like this image. For realization of the four digital information in the region, as you can see on the bottom of this image, and it can only be achieved by creating a mechanism in which all data flow through the data platform. And to achieve this digitalization in the region, we have to improve hard and soft infrastructure or rule and regulation, such as data common platform, data free flow, standard, data change, interoperability, or cybersecurity or protection of personal information. And it is also needed to improve the human resource development. It's not only the skill, but also changing mindset is very important. And this is what we should aim to realize. However, currently, each company is facing many problems. And from this slide, I'd like to introduce areas research about the situation during COVID-19 pandemic. This research is based on the survey and the interview of companies in ASEAN and India. And so we can assess their performance during the pandemic and plan for the future. First, we asked about the plan to change supply relation during COVID-19. And the result is that 59%, the red circle, right? And 59% of the ASEAN and India companies already changed or have planned to change supplier relation. This is much more than Japanese, US, and EU companies. And this is a plan to change production location during 2020. We asked each ASEAN countries and India companies. Many of ASEAN companies experienced or planned to change production location, while only 30% of Indian companies did. Indian companies are the least affected by the COVID-19 in terms of the changing of location. In fact, in separate questionnaire of us, many ASEAN companies have shown India as a preferred location for change. On the other hand, next is that we asked about the measure taken to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. And the result is that the most preferred measures taken regarding the supply chain in response to COVID-19 is cost reduction and/or optimization, while the least is digitalization. And this shows that only 23% took a measure to recover from COVID-19 impact by digitalization. And I think it's a very small numbers. And this is a breakdown to each region. And the Japanese-related companies choose digitalization the least as a supply chain measure in responding to the COVID-19. And this is a breakdown to the ASEAN and India. And from this, Indian companies took not so much measure for cost reduction and or optimization, only for 51%, and the digitalization of supply chain, 21%. It's smaller than ASEAN countries. And now, not only COVID-19, but also many of the risk factors, unstableness, as shown in this slide, is increasing in the world, which will impact to the global economies, especially that the star mark that COVID-19 pandemic or economic friction, natural disaster, or rapid change of the exchange rate. These caused the serious damage to the supply chains for the last 3 years. And also that for the mid and long term, there are many risk factors as shown in this slide. Therefore, resilient network is very important. And digitalization is one of the most important key challenges to this unstable situation. And this is the last slide. The summary, Indo-Pacific economic architecture is moving forward, and ASEAN and India will play an important role. And the India-ASEAN linkage will be strengthening. And post-pandemic, East Asian aim integrative, innovative, inclusive, and sustainable region. And digitalization is a key factor for development. And because of the many risk factors for global economy, we are still facing many difficulties. Therefore, we need to analyze more and address the cause seriously. And furthermore, it is necessary for the public and private sectors of ASEAN, India, and East Asia to work together to address the improvement of environment for supply chains and digitalization. And especially, India, ASEAN, data linkage and sharing is very important. Therefore, data free flow among India and ASEAN is a key, and it could bring a huge benefit for in the Pacific region. Thank you very much for kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koji Hashiyama, for a very, very interesting and detailed presentation. I do hope that the Research and Information Systems will publish this paper, which has very interesting data at the firm and company level. And I particularly like the way you wove the South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia connectivity in a wider context of Asia, Europe, and Asia, Africa. So thank you very much for your contribution. And may I now request Mr. Kavi Shong Kitavarman to make his presentation, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wake up, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I must tell you that I am a dinosaur as far as India and Southeast Asia is concerned. I've been waiting for 30 years for this particular moment to assess what is going on for the 3 decades. Are we sleeping or what? Mr. Chair has mentioned very nicely about the statement yesterday, and you also listen carefully to some of the ministers have said. You pick up a good one, but you forget to decipher what is going on last night. All the 10 foreign ministers Can I have the first slides? This is what it is. The way forward for Indo-Pacific. By the way, Indo is India. It's translated into 3 numbers and 4 words. That's India, Southeast Asia, Indo-Pacific. Can you guess what it means? Anybody? You have been listening to all experts in the world. Tell me, what happened? India will have only 177 days to build a bridge. To build a bridge for all the dream that you talk about. Bridging ASEAN, India, for the Indo-Pacific, for shared prosperity, interest, blah, 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 and blah, blah. 177 days. Today onward to December 8th, to November 8th. Because yesterday, if you listen carefully, Mr. Chair, nobody talking about what would become India become comprehensive strategic partnership. It was a giveaway, but India missed it. Because of what? Actually, I have all the details here, but I don't want you to look at PowerPoint. I want you to look at me. You know, I was raised, I am a Thai, I was raised with movie Hati Mia Sat. You know, I grew up singing Nilega Gan Kilikale. Acha. You want me to sing? Better not. But let me remind you, you said 30 years. The word IMDL is India must deliver more. We do a lot of talking. That is great. All the great idea has been contained in all the ministerial statement. Everything has been said in all action plan, particularly the latest one. You can name it. But I want to point to you only 2 points. In the statement yesterday, nobody talked about. Number 7. Number 17. I will read to you. Number 17, word by word, of the joint statement that had been talked about. To work toward a comprehensive strategic partnership between ASEAN and India that is meaningful, substantive, mutually beneficial by further enhancing strategic ASEAN-India strategic partnership. That is a very nice word. But I'm a journalist by profession. What does it mean? So this is a layman word. ASEAN is still not satisfied with India and whatever New Delhi is willing to offer. For the next 177 days, until the ASEAN-related summit on December 9, India has to prove to ASEAN that it is worth to be granted the 4th comprehensive strategic partnership. That's how I read it. So what happened? So as India must deliver more. Another statement, nobody talked about it. Yesterday is all happy, people enjoy food. I did. Enjoy the dance, you know. The joint chairman's statement is very important. This is actually the most toxic statement in that statement. India wants to review the ASEAN-India Free Trade Area, especially the trade in goods agreement, which was signed and entered into force 1st of January 2010. Both sides agreed to cut 76.4% duty. And now India, oh my God, that is not good for me, for Modi government, for India. So what happened? So they argued yesterday. It was late. This is why I had dinner at 10. I should have, at 7, it's supper. At midnight we have supper in Thailand. So And then you have the ASEAN-India Trade in Service Agreement, which was signed 2014. It contained provision on transparency, domestic regulation, recognition, market access, national treatment, and dispute settlement. Nobody talk about it. These two in 177 days, if India, great India, cannot deliver, bye-bye. Comprehensive partnership. Give it to the Chinese. Look at Australia. Look at America. Even America, the most powerful country in the world, is still on hold. You know, nicely, one officer told me they wait for India. They want to give the same status to India and United States because we don't want to have United States ahead of India. But India has two IMDM. It's not ADMM plus, you know. It's IMDM. People have to remember India must deliver more. And that is actually very, very important. Now I can talk about bridge building. If you want to bridge building, India must do a lot. Now, India has a very unusual position in Indo-Pacific. Just the name is already at the front. Don't matter, no need to talk at the heart. You know, a lot of people didn't realize that India was the first democracy to accede to Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. That is very important because you did it after 3 months after the Chinese. That was the first most important thing that India has done to Indo-Pacific. You accede to regional code of conduct, even though at that time nobody gave a hoot except the Chinese. And that was the decision that India made within 90 days. Thank you. Everybody, I have to remind you of Indian democracy 30 years ago when I was a very young journalist. It was due to one diplomat, D.O. Neelam. I think some of you know D.O. Neelam. Neelam Neo. Yes, I'm sorry, it's just reversed. In Thailand, if you call my last name, you're my enemy. You have to call me by first name. Meyaranam Kavi. So, what it is, Neelam was the one who said that. The government, India at the time, said, China already acceded to Treaty of Amity. China, Beijing, already enter into inner sanctum of ASEAN. What India is going to do, you are motherhood. You are motherhood of Southeast Asia. What you going to do? Sit and make roti? Acha? No way. So the government decided. That is the quickest decision India has made. I'm sorry to say that. I was the one who wrote it. It was the story. It was great. I have never been writing another news break story about India for the past 3 decades. I am very sorry. So, India was the first democracy, and a lot of people didn't realize that, that Ko Chok Tong was the one who alleviated India, saying that India and China are the 2 wings of ASEAN, that lift fuselage of ASEAN. And now one of them seems to be broken. I'm not so sure. But I must say I'm very happy to come here this time. I think the wings has been fixed. But it needs some lubricant. It needs some lubricant. So I must say again that conflicts in Ukraine really is a blessing in disguise. It has made India, the India that we know, a country that we always look toward to in a much more, visible way. Most ASEAN support India position because for Southeast Asia, for ASEAN, we are like mini India. We hide behind India, after the Russian-Ukraine things. So we are very happy. That is why ASEAN stand tall, but with India beside. Okay? So yesterday, if you watch the cultural show, there's a lot of arrow, pointing outside, not inside. That is very good. So what I like to say, you mentioned about India. I will not go into detail because yesterday with all the ministers, my goodness, all the good ideas were there. And I think with former deputy from ASEAN, Tuan, he will tell you what ASEAN can do even more. But what I would like to say is that it's about time India and ASEAN join together with the so-called Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative and ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. I mean, join not by paper, by action. There are areas. People talk about the 7 areas, about the 4 areas things, But I think this thing, if you do it now, it will create a lot of trouble. So better leave it a little bit somehow when the situation abroad settle. What I would like to suggest is trying to calm down the situation. Yesterday all the ministers, both Indians, both ASEAN, talking about how we can be factors of peace, stability. We are not here to instigate. We are here to make sure that peace will stay with prosperity. But what I'm trying to say, if India could not get comprehensive strategic partnership, there's no use. So India must pass the first test first. I will also continue to say that India has a lot of room to really raise its profile in this part of the world, in ASEAN, in East Asia, covering the Pacific. As our chair just said that India, if you look from this side, is go to Africa, Arabian Sea. Actually, India covered the world, if you look carefully, because as one scholar told me that Indian Sea is open, there's no end, not like Pacific, so it's no open, it's a linear. So, having said that, I think the way forward, I just want to give just 2 few ideas, but not the idea that it's big like maritime domain. If you start maritime domain now, absolutely you will create, I think, some friction already with ASEAN friends, like for example, China and other countries. So I would say that for the time being, 2 good ideas that I think we should do. That is already people talking about people to people, but it's easy, people to people exchange. But if you have to wait long line for visa at the airport, that is not good. But I think now in Southeast Asia, all these countries are open now and welcoming Indians, tourists. Thailand, for instance, now welcome Indian tourists. You can get visa on arrival. And on a good day, we have the whole family come in with planes for weddings. Now a lot of Indian movie was shown in Thailand, so we are very happy. That kind of relation, India and the rest of ASEAN is very important. At the moment, I think this element still lack. Why I say that? I will explain why. Well, just look at the newspaper. How many articles you have read about ASEAN this year in newspaper in India? Please raise your hand to make me happy and not fall asleep. Everyone. My goodness, you see, nobody raised hand. Everyone have read. I interpreted wrong. 1, 2. That's great. So, it's very important. We have journalists from Southeast Asia, thanks to funding from India. They write about India. Now, with Netflix and all that, they write about India, but they must write about India as a rising power, as a stabilizer. They only write about India when India is in trouble. After the COVID, all these Western pictures and all that. We must write about India as a healthy country, the country that is protecting, developing country that is helping. Just like you watch Indian TV yesterday at the World Trade Organization, every word. Anchorwoman, anchorman would say, India protect the benefit of developing country. We fight for developing country. So do that. Hopefully, I can see more in the newspaper. Secondly, is education. One thing that I was very sad, because I wish to see more international students in India. And I think India has offered a very good education. Actually, my first English teacher come from India, come from St. Gabriel brothers. So they teach us English. I can give you more. I don't want to use more than 10 minutes. Now it's 11. All I want to say, in 177 days, if India failed to build the bridge, whatever bridge you want to talk about, friendship bridge, institutional bridge, communication bridge, every bridge you want to make sure trade in service and trade in goods move ahead. Mehrabani, shukriya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kavi, and thank you for two or three things. First of all, for proving me wrong that this is the graveyard shift, because you have woken everyone up, and I'm sure there are going to be many questions about what India can or cannot do in the next 177 days. But thank you also for this very engaging and informative presentation. May I finally call upon Dr. Hoang Ang Thang, Vice President, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, to make his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, the organizer, for inviting me to speak at this very important dialogue, which I myself have the honor to attend in different capacities, at least 4 times. Kavi, I enjoy your talk, so perhaps you would take some of my time to entertain the audience. That's very interesting. Well, as you have reminded me of the role that I play when I was with the ASEAN Secretariat, so I will talk about it a little bit later. But first of all, I just want to, as you have mentioned about the people-to-people contact, I think that is very important. On the day I arrived in New Delhi, Vietnam Airlines opened for the first time the direct flight from Hanoi to New Delhi. Before that, we have several direct flights by Vietjet from Ho Chi Minh City, from Hanoi to Mumbai to New Delhi. Now, with Vietnam Airlines, so we see that there would be lots of Vietnamese people and also people from Southeast Asia, people from India, to go to Vietnam, and that would enhance people-to-people contact. The ticket is only $300 US. So for the I think first 3 months, it's quite cheap. So try to buy the cheap tickets while they have the promotion. On the strategic partnership that Kavi has just mentioned, I would like to say a few words about that. Within ASEAN, we don't have the official guidelines on the something like comprehensive strategic partnership. We have only the 3 partnerships that have mentioned in the guidelines. That is sectoral partnership, development partnership, and strategic partnership. When I was in Jakarta 1 year before I left in 2020, China has asked ASEAN that China want to establish the strategic partnership, the comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN. So there was lots of extensive discussions at various levels among ASEAN states, and we acknowledge the desires from China that want to upgrade the relationship between ASEAN and China to the comprehensive strategic level. The problem for ASEAN is that we don't have that category in any official in the guidelines for that kind of partnership. Still, ASEAN acknowledges China's desire to upgrade the partnership, and what we did with China is that we asked China to come with us with the concept note to explain the reasons why China wants to upgrade the relationship from strategic level to comprehensive strategic level, and also we asked China to make a distinction. What is the new comprehensive strategic partnership that China has envisioned to have with ASEAN? How that would be different from the one that we have, and then China did, because this is a political decision that all ASEAN member states have to agree on that. We have to have consensus, and at the time we don't want to have just one country to have that kind of partnership with China, and then Australia then follow China. They also come up with the concept note, and then we accepted the two countries that upgraded their strategic partnership with ASEAN to a new level, the comprehensive strategic partnership, and with US, so that it was agreeable during the US ASEAN Summit recently in Washington DC. Now the senior officials from China, from US and ASEAN are working very hard on the details of the document. So hopefully the document, and that has already been confirmed by the leaders of US and ASEAN. The document would be finalized before the next summit between US and ASEAN in November. So there is still time for India. If you want to upgrade the strategic partnership, that has already been 10 years old. So it's time. And I think that is a desire. So Kavi has mentioned the desire from a journalist perspective. We in ASEAN also want to see the upgrade of the relationship between ASEAN and China, because India, we see India is an important partner of ASEAN, and we want to see the strengthening of partnership between India and ASEAN. So at last night's meeting, before the dinner, ASEAN and India's foreign ministers were talking nicely about the relationship between India and ASEAN, which lasted many years, 1,000 years ago. So much longer than any other powers that you would think of. So we have very deep foundation for the partnership, and we see that with the desire, with the determination from both sides, we work together, we can make it. Two things that I would like to mention because of time. So I just want to raise two things, and then we will have more time for the Q&A later. One is that when we talk about the deepening of the relationship between India and ASEAN, and this year we celebrated the 30th anniversary of the relationship, we have to look into the future, how our partnership would look like in the next 3 decades. But in order to look that far, we have to handle the security issues in our region. So many people have been talking about maritime security cooperation, and also the naval cooperation, military cooperation between India and ASEAN this year and years to come. One thing I would like to remind you, that now it's time for India and ASEAN to work very closely to prevent a Ukraine war version in our region. You know that before China, before US launched the war against Ukraine, there were not much announcements from Russia, and that is why the West and many other countries ignore the statement, the warnings from Russia. But in our region, we have the hotspots, several, in the Korean Peninsula, in the cross-strait relations in South China Sea, many warning signs, but much of it has been ignored. And I think that the symptoms or the potentials for the conflict were even more visible than what we had seen in the Russia-Ukraine relationship before the war. But we did not do anything. So that kind of war might happen. If it could happen in Europe between Russia and China, it may happen in our region. Who knows? And it's time now for India and ASEAN to work very closely to raise the issue. Some of the issues that we may not do much to prevent, for example, the cross-strait relations, the situation in the Korean Peninsula, but at least we raise the alarms on the issue for the international community of the potential consequences. So I think the region could not bear another Ukraine war in our region. One is already been enough, because the war has ignited several crises that has affected individual ASEAN member states, India, and many other countries like the energy, food crisis, also inflation. All countries that have been affected by the war. And if there is another war in our region, we cannot bear. And another suggestion. Many people have talked about ASEAN centrality. So Pak Kavi has mentioned about rhetoric in our India-ASEAN relationship over the past 30 years. ASEAN centrality has also been rhetoric for a number of times. Now it's time to turn our words into action, to turn ASEAN, what we have talked, what we have mentioned about ASEAN centrality, into a reality. And ASEAN indeed has every reason to be a center of the wider Indo-Pacific that we are talking about. One, if you look at the map of the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN in terms of geographical location is right at the center of the Indo-Pacific. So if anything happen in Southeast Asia, that would have the threat over effect to all other countries, to all other major powers within the region. The second thing is that ASEAN has a track record of handling its partnership with all the major powers. You can name it, Russia, China, US, India, Japan, Australia. No other regional organizations, even EU, could do that. Now they have been trying to leave Russia out of the geopolitical political contest, but they cannot do that. Russia and China are too important to be left out. So ASEAN is the only regional organization that have the partial interactions that could engage all the major powers. So that is the importance of ASEAN, and India and ASEAN would make that happen. So another small suggestion, when we talk about India-ASEAN relations, I was at the ASEAN Secretariat. I see there is a technical problem, of materializing, the ASEAN-India Cooperation Fund, and I think, there are some technical issues, from what I see or what we see, from Indian side. So I think, that thing can be handled easily. So we would like, the MFA of India to look into the issue and work with the ASEAN Secretariat. We have the staff, we have, the willing to assist, to work with India, to manage the issue. That is a technical issue. We have the willingness, we have the political willingness, and we have the determination. I think, that can be settled, that can be managed, easily. So I don't want, to talk much about that here, but I think that is very important. That is also the first initial step to deepen and broaden our relationship for the future generations. So I stop here. Thank you so much for.
Thank you very much, and thank you particularly for explaining the whole background about the difference between the strategic partnership and the comprehensive strategic partnership, because I think that was very, very useful for all of those present here. The point you made about the operationalizing the India-ASEAN Cooperation Fund is also a very important one, and I'm sure it will be taken note of. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning, one of our speakers was unable to join, but he has sent the written text of his remarks, and may I request Professor Prabir Dey to read them out so that we have the benefit of his intervention also.
This is the paper speech by Professor Ian Hall. Professor Hall is a professor at Griffith Asia Institute. So I quickly go through it. And I am very grateful to the organizers of the Delhi Dialogue, to the Research and Information System for Developing Countries and the Ministry of External Affairs for their kind invitation to speak. And very sorry that I was not able to attend in person. India's relationships with the states and societies of Southeast Asia and with ASEAN itself have, of course, been transformed since the end of the Cold War. Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao's outreach to the region in the mid-1990s, part of the Look East policy, was warmly received, as were the efforts of his successors. India became a member of the ASEAN Regional Forum and a dialogue partner in 1996, agreed a framework for an India-ASEAN free trade area in 2003, and became a founder member of the East Asia Summit in 2005. India became an ASEAN strategic partner in 2012 and appointed an ambassador to ASEAN in 2015. Bilateral trade with ASEAN now stands at about $80 billion. Maybe this number a little outdated. So, and India's ties with several Southeast Asian states are now much stronger. BIMSTEC has proved an important platform for infrastructure development connecting India to Myanmar and Thailand. Regional security concerns have led to upgrade to the defense relationships with the Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam. Finally, India has played an invaluable diplomatic role in bridging the gap between America, Australia, and the Japanese versions for regional security and India's outlook of the Indo-Pacific. Yet, despite this progress, it is clear the India-ASEAN strategic partnership hasn't delivered all that it could. Much more trade and investment should flow between India and ASEAN. At present, the value of India-ASEAN bilateral trade is slightly more than the value of Australia-ASEAN trade. In bracket, he mentioned $70 billion in 2020, and only a fraction, about 1/8 of the value of trade between China and ASEAN. New Delhi's decision to withdraw from the RCEP in late 2019, combined with disruptions caused by COVID-19, which cut bilateral trade by almost $20 billion, which we put in a footnote with some secondary studies mean that the greater effort will have to be developed, greater effort will have to be devoted into finding other ways to bolster the economic relationships. A review of the 2009 India-ASEAN free trade deal might offer one opportunity. Alternatively, bilateral or minilateral deals could be pursued, as well as the recently announced Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity. But fundamentally, market access will have to be addressed to achieve what is possible and mutually beneficial. Similarly, more could and should be done on regional security beyond long-standing territorial disputes. The questions of freedom of navigation and overflight and the illegal exploitation of maritime resources loom large in Southeast Asia. The new Quad Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness is a step forward, complementing the Indian Ocean Information Fusion Center hosted by India since 2018. ASEAN member states should benefit from the data generated by the new Quad initiative, but it is one thing to know who are and what is operating in your waters, and another to have the means to do something effective in response. India might do more to build Coast Guard capacity, not just in the Indian Ocean, but also in the maritime Southeast Asia, perhaps in partnerships with Japan, which has been working hard to supply the necessary hardware and knowledge. India could also join the regional states in minilateral security initiatives, such as bolstering the Malacca State Patrols, currently operated by Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand, that build trust and interoperability. Two other important areas are cybersecurity and the defense cells. India's information technology industry already plays an important global role in ensuring cybersecurity, and the demand to secure critical digital infrastructure in Southeast Asia and across the world is high and growing as we move towards more digital payment platforms and the widespread deployment of 5G. I know another recent track of 1.5 India-ASEAN dialogue set out a roadmap for greater cooperation to secure these and other crucial areas, and it seems to me that this is a pressing and obvious area for partnerships. Government to government and corporate partnerships will play a big role here, but attention should also be paid to research collaborations between universities in cybersecurity and also in related areas like artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, where others already have a significant edge. The other important area for more cooperation is in defense. It is now apparent that unless we see some significant change of position or leadership in Moscow, the Ukraine war could last well into 2023 or even longer. These will pose multiple challenges beyond the ongoing suffering of the Ukrainian people, the disruption to global trade and investment caused by sanctions, the spike in oil and gas prices, and the food crisis. A significant one will be the limiting of access to Russian and Ukrainian arms, ammunition, and maintenance. Russia's defense industrial production will be refocused to replace and repair equipment losses, and Ukraine's production has already been refocused to supply its own needs, with serious implications for export customers, including India and several Southeast Asian states. If India succeeds in rapidly ramping up its domestic defense industry, however, there will be opportunities for India to build export markets in Southeast Asia and for Southeast Asian states to plug gaps created by ongoing and potentially long-lasting lack of supply from Russia and Ukraine. These pathways for deeper India-ASEAN ties are, I think, achievable. Almost 30 years on from the launch of the Look East policy, India and Southeast Asian states understand each other's views, intentions, capacities far better than they did. However, India and Southeast Asian states are substantively in agreement that their core interest in an uncertain context marked by major power competition and perhaps a looming bid for regional hegemony, India and Southeast Asian states are rightly concerned for their independence and their autonomy. They want to ensure that they have the freedom to make their own decisions in terms of their own development strategies and choose their economic or security partners. They recognize that sustaining independence and autonomy requires a clear set of rules, a functioning set of regional institutions, and state capacity and resilience. This agreement on basic principles has allowed India-ASEAN relations to stay on track despite periodic setbacks, such as decision to withdraw from RCEP. So, to have the important historical, cultural, and ongoing people-to-people connections between India and Southeast Asia. But the agreement and those connections are not yet sufficient in itself to deliver what India and ASEAN could and arguably should achieve. Both need more clearly to articulate the kind of economic relationships they would like to see evolve and how to realize that outcome. Both also need more clearly to lay out mutual expectations about India's putative role as a security partner in Southeast Asia, as a provider of certain goods or services. This strategic clarity is needed to ensure that the relationship succeeds in all the many areas discussed at this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Day, for reading that paper out. Now, by my reckoning, we have about 10 to 15 minutes for questions. So if there are any from the audience, please do raise your hands. And if there are a number of them, maybe we will bunch them together. Yes, sir, in the front. And you could also identify who you're asking the questions from.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pu Sotirak. I'm from Cambodia. I'd like to congratulate all the speakers first and foremost for delivering what I think it's a due justice to what have been giving to us. I'm also a guest to Delhi Dialogue 12. I want to congratulate the organizer for such a wonderful and meaningful dialogue. I was at the first dialogue 14 years ago. This is my second time coming to India, and I'm confirming what Khun Kavi has just said about India and ASEAN. Khun Kavi, he's not only a dinosaur, but he's well, I call him an old stamp, you know, but the stamp as older, the older the stamp get, the more valuable it get, you know, if you are a stamp collector. Not many of us are stamp collector, unfortunately. But anyway, I think he done great in saying about 177 day to a D-Day. And if, I just want to make comment, if during the ASEAN Summit, somehow ASEAN are not convinced that the comprehensive strategic partnership is not worthwhile to provide it to India. But by the way, the US also want to be the comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN. We only give it to Australia and China and Australia. So to me, it's 177 day is a D-Day. You know, he called it I am the I want to make sure India must deliver more. And I cannot agree with him. 14 years ago, when I was here, we talked about Act East. I like to ask the eminent expert, both from ASEAN and India, to provide me a better understanding whether this Act East have already translated into, Look East. Has it been translated to Act East already? I have a very limited knowledge. I don't see that yet. And this refers to what Khun Kavi said. So I really would like to suggest, with all due respect, I love India. I think Cambodian, we have some DNA from, I love curry. I've been eating curry. I can enjoy curry many more days here. But until you Look East, become Act East, if you not graduate from there, you cannot think of this comprehensive partnership with ASEAN. So again, we have we have 177 days, but I really hope that we can do it. So my suggestions, one thing that I notice is not in here, of which I think is very, very powerful about India, and that is Indian culture. Last night I was very captivating with the gala dinner, with all this splendor and the background, the music was very well done. And I met with some friend from Nalanda University. Nalanda is a university of knowledge. I did not hear anybody discuss about this. India is a great civilization because you're so rich in culture. Don't underestimate culture. I would suggest that there ought to be a sessions about cultural linkages between India and ASEAN. We love Indian food. During King Sihanouk time when I was young, I always go to watch an Indian movie, black and white at that time. And around Central Market in Cambodia, it's all Indian diaspora selling spices and fabric, particularly fabric, very pronounced there. But today, if you visit, no Indian. I don't understand. So the door's still open. Culture is another very important issue that I would like to suggest that the organizer of Delhi Dialogue, my good friend OIS, would consider focusing on. Nalanda University is another wonderful thing. And another thing that you need to go on a roadshow more often. We only once upon a time hear India interest in ASEAN. He asked the correct question. Is there any journalists? I've been interviewed a lot by journalists just now. And they asked me about OSEP. What do we feel? What does ASEAN feel when India did not walk out, so to speak? I invite you to ask the eminent Indian. Don't ask the ASEAN. We want you. But you decide not to go. But I told the journalists who interviewed me that we need to take both views, not just the ASEAN view, but we also have to take why India is not engaging with OSEP. But very importantly, India can help ASEAN shielding itself against pressure from both US and China. We talk about India as a rising power and a protector to developing country. And I believe he meant well. I agree with him. India can do that. But B, go on the road show more often. Bring what your look is, act is to ASEAN and talk. Send more my good friend Dr. Prabidi to go on road show, to talk, to seminar, and to speak about what India want to do with ASEAN. And often also invite ASEAN to come here and share their perspective. So I want to congratulate the organizer and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much, sir. Very interesting comment. We'll save time to give closing comments to all the panelists, so perhaps we'll hear the questions. But if I may just respond very briefly, I think there will be two views in this room amongst the Indians about IMDM. India must, there will be two views. One will say 100% yes, IMDM. The others will say not so sure, because India has other calculations. It cannot leverage itself, it cannot pull a monkey out of a hat only to meet certain foreign policy objectives. It's too vast, it's too complicated, there are too many issues which have to be addressed. So there will be two views. But on the fact that we underplay culture, I think most people would agree with you. And I would certainly strongly suggest to Dr. Prabir Dey that in the Delhi Dialogue, you should have a segment on cultural and historical, not just exchanges, because that is only a platitude, but actually bringing people who have worked on historical linkages, on anthropologists, social scientists together. We should not make this only into a forum of international relations experts and economists. The next question, please. Yes, yes.
Dr. Sab, good afternoon.
If you can be brief, please.
Sure, very brief, sir. I'm Amit Gupta. I'm Director, Global SPS. My question was about the RCEP only, which my other colleague has just asked about. For the benefit of, since one of the panelists has mentioned that the media from ASEAN countries are covering this event as well. So a lot has been discussed about the ASEAN view on RCEP. Given your deep understanding, you are a career diplomat, and given your deep understanding upon the subject, I would request few comments from you for the benefit of the audience here and through the media to the audience in the ASEAN countries, please. Thank you.
You see, if we start discussing the RECP, we will go into a tangent, because these are very, very complicated discussions. Views are sharply polarized, but to a great extent, it's not just a foreign policy issue. It's also a domestic issue about how you see the domestic economy transforming. So perhaps we will return to it when we make our closing arguments. Yes, sir, at the back. Quickly, please.
From Jakarta, Mr. Koji Achiyama. You mentioned about the data-free flows. Could you elaborate on that? Which sectors? The data cannot be, free flows cannot be in all sectors. Could you elaborate on that? And the Vietnam speaker, you did mention during the last part, there is a fund restriction from the Indian side. So what is that? I could not follow that.
No, he had said that we have to operationalize the India-ASEAN funds.
So there
are certain mechanisms, and perhaps former Secretary East over here could enlighten us on that. Please, Reba, go ahead.
And this,
was that, you had another question? Yes, he'll have a chance to respond. Yes.
I just wanted to mention, you'd mentioned about the utilization of the India-ASEAN fund. While I was still in service, we were very cognizant of it. And we have actually, there is a ASEAN-India Project Management Unit, which was opened last year. So we have a dedicated officer now with the sole purpose of utilizing the fund, because we did realize that there were technical issues because of which the fund was not getting utilized. So there is now an Indian PMU in the ASEAN Secretariat.
Thank you for hearing that. I left the ASEAN Secretariat earlier last year. So before I left, there was an issue on how to utilize the fund. So I'm very happy to hear that, and hope that with what we have done over the past years, so that would have or lay the groundwork for the further development of ASEAN-India partnership. Thank you.
So I think we have run out of time now, if I'm not mistaken. So may I request very briefly to ask each of our panelists to make some closing comments. And there was a question to you which also you could answer.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. And as I said that about the data free flow, that in my slide, as I explained that about the digital transformation, and I said that next step is that from the upstream to downstreams. And I mean that the upstream and downstream is not only for the manufacturing sector, but also that including the, every service sectors, including that transportation or distribution or the retail or any others. So So that's why my image is very, very complicated, right? So I wrote it many hours. It's a very hard job for me. Anyway, that's really that's a very, very complicated data exchange or something. So that's why if we install the common data platform and connect it to the every service and manufacturing and any other sectors, it can be very workable for the digitalization, digital transformation. And last, for the conclusion for what I'd like to suggest for the Indians company and the government, that I think that maybe two things. And one thing that, as I said, that digital connectivities among the India and ASEAN is very important. And the digital connectivity means that, as I said, that the data free flow. And I think that one of the ideal goals is to create the digital single market, like a EU, among the ASEAN and India. And not only the ASEAN and India, but also the four East Asia is better. And the second thing that to realize to this, that important thing that how to level up the MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprise digitalization, and how to MSME to engage the global value chain. That was very important. So, and establishing the free data environment, and everyone can access the common data. That was very important. And then that leveling up the MSMEs digitalization. And I think that I cannot talk much about the RCEP, but maybe that this leveling up the MSME can be contribute to the pushing forward the RCEP negotiation, RCEP rejoining from the India. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not an economist, but I think in substance you are absolutely right. That if we had enough confidence in our MSMEs, many of the RCEP related problems would not have arisen. But let me now ask Mr. Kavi to make his concluding remarks, and I don't know whether I should, but if I may press you a little and say that while it is true that India should do more, but India can only do more at its own pace. We cannot become a world power only because China is already a world power. We have to move at our own pace, and possibly in the end we are the best judge of what our pace could be.
Well, you raise a very interesting question, but I cannot wait for another 30 years. So you have to understand, I'm getting old. So I am very happy that India, the rise of India was respond not only to the current circumstances, but out of India's own desire that it can do something, contribute to this part of the world, mainly Indo-Pacific. The fact that Indo come from India, that's number one, has to be remembered. Number two, I am happy that, as you mentioned, that you do not raise your profile in response or through the lens of superpower rivalry. Vis-a-vis, for example, China. Don't compete with China. You know, China has its own place, has its own civilization, its place just like India, very unique. You look at my friends just mentioned about India policy. 30 years, you have look east, and then 8 years ago, you act east. But suddenly, you are at ease. So I was so happy. Suddenly, somebody just, push it. And now we have another dialogue and say, oh, India will become strategic, comprehensive strategic partner. I love it. I wish India can good an explanation, like writing, but not too long, say exactly what are you willing to give, 1, 2, 3, so that we know your bottom line. You see, that's what it is. We know your bottom line, that is fine. Then we can go out and have chai masala achai hai.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And finally, Professor Dr. Hong, if you have any closing remarks which you would like to make, the floor is yours.
Well, it's a bit difficult to say because there's no direct questions to me. But anyway, I want to say a couple of things. One is that we see the foundation, strong foundation, the desire from both sides to strengthen our partnership, and I agree with Kavi that we must do more. So I'm a bit different from Kavi that India must do more. I say IADM, India and ASEAN must do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have already exceeded our time limit, so I will not make any further remarks except thank each of my panelists and thank them particularly for showing as to how the graveyard shift need not be a graveyard shift. Thank you very much for your engaging presentations and also for the thought-provoking ideas which you have raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our eminent panelists. Now we would present a token of appreciation to our eminent speakers for being part of this so interesting discussion. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for providing deep insight on this subject. Yeah, please pose for a group photograph. And it is 3:35 by the clock, so we would reassemble here in 15-20 minutes for the valedictory session, wherein we'll be joined by the Honorable Minister. So please be back in time. session. We will have in this session Tan Sri Dato Sri S.A. Vigneshwaran, Prime Minister's Special Envoy to India and South Asia, Prime Minister's Office, Kuala Lumpur. He'll be with us in the closing session of Delhi Dialogue 12. We'll also have in this session valedictory address by Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Government of India, New Delhi. We will have in this session Mr. Koji Hachiyama, Chief Operating Officer, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia Area, Jakarta. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Prabir De from RIS. We are soon going to start this session, the closing session, final session of Delhi Dialogue 12. We are indeed honored to have amidst us Honorable Minister Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Government of India, New Delhi. We are indeed privileged to have you amidst us, sir. It's indeed. Once again, we welcome you all to the final session of Delhi Dialogue 12. We have two special guests in this session, Honorable Minister for the valedictory session, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the valedictory session of Delhi Dialogue 12. This is the closing session of Delhi Dialogue, and it is our honor to have two special guests, Malaysian Prime Minister's Special Envoy to India and South Asia, Tan Sri Dato Sri S.A. Vigneswaran, and Minister of State of External Affairs and Education, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh. I now invite on stage our Tan Sri Dato Sri S.A. Vigneswaran, Prime Minister's Special Envoy to India and South Asia, Prime Minister's Office, Kuala Lumpur. And to welcome the guest, I would like to invite Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General, RIS. Professor Chaturvedi will present a token of gratitude to the special guest. I also request the Honorable Minister, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Education, Government of India, New Delhi. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. I request Professor Chaturvedi to present bouquet to the honorable guests. Express our gratitude to the We have on stage Mr. Koji Hachiyama, Chief Operating Officer, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Area Jakarta. To chair this session, I request Dr. Prabir De from RIS to please come on stage. He's here. So,
Thank you very much. We have come to the valedictory and closing session of the Delhi Dialogue 12. With us, two eminent dignitaries on the dais, and they've been already introduced. They are very much in our mind. So we are going to listen to them. We will take their wisdom and their narratives on the subject. So without much ado, may I invite Tan Sri Dato Sri S.A. Vigneswaran, Prime Minister's Special Envoy to India and South Asia, Prime Minister's Office, to deliver his speech. Special remarks, sir.
Very good evening to everyone. Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, His Excellency, Union Minister of State and External Affairs and Education, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, Director General, RIS, New Delhi, Ms. Geetika Srivastava, Joint Secretary of Indo-Pacific, Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Koji Hachiyama, Chief Operating Officer, Area Jakarta, Dr. Prabir D, Professor and Coordinator of ASEAN-India Centre at RIS, Dr. Ramesh Kodamal, Co-Chair, ASEAN-India Business Council, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is good to be here, and I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers, the Ministry of External Affairs, and other relevant agencies for making this Delhi Dialogue a great success, and for the kind gesture of granting me such a privileged opportunity to address this forum. These 2 days, dialogue marks the first time that most of us have gathered face to face in over 2 years. We met at a time of renewed hope and determination. The pandemic has had a profound impact on all our lives, on what we value, what we prioritize, what we do, and how we do it. Whichever way we look at it, the pandemic ripped up the playbook and gave us a chance to write a new exciting chapter for India's relation with the Southeast Asia region, pivotal to our shared economic well-being and prosperity. I have come here because I am deeply convinced of the need for India to engage more with ASEAN. In the last 3 decades, ASEAN and India have elevated their relations to the level of strategic partnership, encompassing each and every important regional and global idea. I am pleased to note that the tone of yesterday's and the earlier discussions on bridging the Indo-Pacific has underscored that the bilateral spirit of cooperation between ASEAN and India is intact and strong. Both parties need to leverage each other's strengths, accommodate their respective constraints, and recalibrate and re-energize their overall cooperation despite current regional challenges and external shocks. Given that the geopolitical dynamic of major powers' rivalries would have a great bearing on the peace and stability in the region, both ASEAN and India have a significant role to play to make the Indo-Pacific an area of continued peace, as well as to support the strengthening of ASEAN centrality in the evolving regional architecture. I know that your deliberations for the last 2 days are invaluable for us in the Indo-Pacific area to manage the challenges we face now and in the future. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Indo-Pacific has progressed from a conceptual stage to emerge as a new reference point and is gaining ground principally because it reflects the current geostrategic and geo-economic realities. And with ASEAN at its core, Indo-Pacific has gained huge interest across the world. Let me try to map out the significance of the Indo-Pacific area. This ecosystem of nations and regions accommodates 65% of 4.3 billion of the world population, representing 40% of the global GDP, offers enormous economic opportunities to the 38 countries in the Indo-Pacific area, and the US President Biden reaffirmed recently that the region is projected to be the largest contributors to global growth over the next 30 years. The Malaysian Prime Minister, the Honorable Dato Sri Ismail Sabri Yaakob, recently said at the 27th International Conference on Future of Asia that Malaysia is confident that the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity will strengthen economic cooperation between countries in the Indo-Pacific and the ASEAN region. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework strategies and economic significance lies in the strengthening the region's trade ecosystem, providing the impetus to drive economic engagement and cooperation. And it will stimulate further investment because the area also is driven by a huge market with the largest middle class population, adding another 2.4 billion new members by 2030. Against this backdrop, Malaysia welcomes opportunities for ASEAN and India to harness the complementary between ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific and Indo-Pacific Oceans initiatives, and further explore enormous opportunities for plausible cooperation in the ASEAN priority areas identified under the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific through ASEAN-led mechanism to strengthen the emerging regional architecture on Indo-Pacific. Malaysia is with India in building a deeper partnership for ASEAN as well as Indo-Pacific. We hope India would continue to make use of ASEAN-led mechanisms such as the East Asia Summit and the ASEAN Regional Forum to strengthen mutual confidence and trust and enhance practical cooperation among the key stakeholders of our region. We now need to enhance their role in fostering a deeper and more sustained regional integration. And this 30th anniversary of the ASEAN-India relation is a timely reminder to step up cooperation comprehensively in areas of mutual interest. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, I am pleased that during the 22nd ASEAN-India Joint Cooperation Committee meeting held at ASEAN Secretariat on the 23rd of March this year, both parties have agreed in implementing the ASEAN-India Plan of Action 2021-2025. Both sides reiterated their commitment to effectively continue the implementation of the Plan of Action to ensure the depth and breadth of the engagement between ASEAN and India to benefit the peoples of both sides. A key area of ASEAN-India engagement is our trade and economic ties. India remains to be an essential and strategic trading partner to ASEAN. In 2020, India was ASEAN's sixth largest trading partner with a total merchandise trade amounting to US $65.7 billion. It is more relevant than ever for both ASEAN and India to engage more substantially to revive and reignite the ASEAN-India two-way trade and investment, to effectively recover from the devastating socio-economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. It is equally important that our efforts and resources be prioritized in strategic areas such as tourism, health, digital economy, science, technology, innovation, research and developments in diagnostic, vaccines, and treatment of COVID-19 and biotechnology. But the truth is that while it is encouraging trade and investment between ASEAN and India are much lower compared to ASEAN links with other trading and dialogue partners such as China, Korea, Japan, and US, and the EU. For example, the US business community roots in the region are deep and in fact proven to reach its highest ever level in 2019 at US $182 billion in the region. In this context, I believe there is still a lot more that can be done by the governments of ASEAN and India to facilitate trade and investment flow between ASEAN and India. In relation to that, Malaysia strongly believes that the review of the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement is important to ensure that the agreement remains relevant and adapting current global challenges and business climate, paving the way for a more dynamic and robust ASEAN-India trade relation. I am certain that the passage of time and closer analysis of the issues discussed at this conference will yield more lessons that we could take to heart in making progress on expanding ASEAN-India economic and investment links. From the discussion yesterday and today, we must attempt to unlock our economic potential more rigorously in the future. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia welcomes the designation of 2022 as the ASEAN-India Friendship Year to commemorate the 30th anniversary of ASEAN-India relations. With the anniversary celebration, Malaysia hopes that the activities and programs that have been planned in conjunction with the event are successfully implemented, as it demonstrates India's continuous commitment to aiding greater opportunities to strengthen people-to-people interactions and engagement to reach the full potential of ASEAN-India strategic partnership for the years to come. At the same time, I would like to suggest a few initiatives that will strengthen people-to-people relations between ASEAN and India. Malaysia believes that it is important that priority given to developing a people-to-people agenda. It is the people who should be primary beneficiaries of every resolutions or initiatives that we adopt. Therefore, it is imperative for us to make our partnership more visible, not only to government circles, but to a wider community of people in business and academia, and media, as well as the general population. My first suggestion is to create an ASEAN-India one-stop online information gateway for all government programs, especially for SMEs, to promote business and networking opportunities among SMEs across all sectors of the economy. The whole idea is about connecting our business community, where a rural micro enterprise in India can find and do business with any part of ASEAN and vice versa. We must be committed to open, just, and solidarity-based multilateral trading platform that empower the smaller business entities compared to the controlling and monopolizing ways of the private and government-linked companies. My second suggestion, since there were many noble suggestions from the foreign ministers yesterday, being a former parliamentarian and as the former president of Malaysian Senate, it is my opinion that activities other than being implemented primarily through the relevant ASEAN bodies should also be implemented through the ASEAN parliamentarians, because without doubt they are the grassroots leaders and the representative of the people. I believe that the involvement of parliamentarians from the ASEAN and India will make any implementation of our programs more effective in creating awareness and building bridges among our people. Well, no idea is impossible if we have the political will, especially from the ASEAN member states. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, India's contacts with the Southeast Asia goes back a long way. India and Southeast Asia region share a 2000 plus year of history and exchanges and civilization links. The historical evidence of India's presence in Southeast Asia is unprecedented by any other civilization. Since Malaysia and India have shared history, and since Southeast Asia and India have a shared history, therefore, we should look forward to a shared future. While preparing ourselves for the future, we should strengthen our existing cooperation. Before I end, I would like to state here that since the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi came abroad, the ASEAN-India relationship has never seen much an astonishing level of engagement between both parties, which began in 1992. India has become a key player bridging the two regions, South Asian and Southeast Asian region. Meanwhile, the Malaysian Prime Minister understands the importance of India and the South Asia region, and I am glad to be working alongside with him as my role, the Prime Minister's special envoy to India and South Asia, with the mutual benefit of cultivating a strong bilateral relationship between Malaysia and India. And since this year, we will be celebrating the 65th anniversary of the establishment of Malaysia and India diplomatic relationship. The Honorable Prime Minister Dato Sri Ismail Sabri reiterated his full commitment to strengthening Malaysia's relationship with India. At the same time, since India will be celebrating her 75th Independence Day, the Honorable Malaysian Prime Minister extends his deep respect to India for the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievements in the last 75 years since independence. Talking about independence, it reminds me of a speech I delivered at the 125th birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, hosted by the High Commission of India in Kuala Lumpur early this year. The overseas Indians, especially Indians in Malaya, contributed immensely to independence of India with their patriotic sacrifice by joining the Indian National Army. Therefore, it is not surprising when Netaji rightfully puts it that when the history of the Indian independence movement is finally written, Indians in Malaya will have a glorious place in that history. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, 30 years come and gone since the establishment of the ASEAN-India relations, which shows several time-tested achievements, which have had a huge collective impact on community building. Therefore, Malaysia wishes to reiterate its commitment to sustaining and strengthening the robust partnership between ASEAN and India. That said, Malaysia welcomes the year 2022 as ASEAN-India Friendship Year to commemorate the 30th anniversary of ASEAN-India's sectoral dialogue relations. Looking forward, Malaysia wishes the ASEAN-India relations would be further enhanced and consolidated in the years to come. I thank the Indian External Affairs Ministry for the excellent hospitality accorded to us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for an encouraging, excellent valedictory address. I was going through the Delhi Dialogue history book with you. This is the first time you see the in Delhi Dialogue editions we added a valedictory and very high-powered. So thank you once again coming to the dais, encouraging us with your excellent forward-looking valedictory address. Honorable Minister spoke about economic relation, people-to-people contact, and Honorable Minister is also heading Indian Association in Malaysia. And that Indian Association, we have several Indian National Army veterans, so I know the sentiment. Thank you very much, sir, coming on and encouraging us. We move on. Our next speaker is none other than our favorite Minister of State, External Affairs. Sir, over to you. Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, who will be delivering the valedictory address.
Excellency Mr. S.A. Vigneswaranji, Special Envoy of Prime Minister of Malaysia to India and South Asia, Eminent Speaker of DD12, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by commending the effort of ASEAN-India Centre at RIS, New Delhi, and Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Jakarta, for successfully organizing the 12th edition of Delhi Dialogue. Launched in 2009, the Delhi Dialogue has served to provide an important platform for eminent experts from ASEAN and India to come together and hold constructive and meaningful discussion on strengthening ASEAN-Indian relations in the context of contemporary global and regional scenario. The current edition of the dialogue serves to take forward this legacy and complement ASEAN-India engagement in the Indo-Pacific. This edition of Delhi Dialogue also holds special significance as it coincides with the 30th anniversary of ASEAN-India Dialogue relation, which we are celebrating as ASEAN-India Friendship Year 2022. Against the backdrop of post-pandemic recovery and the geopolitical turbulence, the DD12 successfully aimed to look at Indo-Pacific through this spectrum or through this prism with new dimension added in the global affairs. Given the centrality of ASEAN in the Indo-Pacific, the dialogue under the theme of building bridges in Indo-Pacific discuss the potential of ASEAN-India cooperation in this vast geopolitical space. The dialogue under its 5 plenary sessions touch upon every important and contemporary topic of opportunities of cooperation in the maritime domain, post-pandemic economic recovery, trade and investment facilitation, digital financial architecture, and energy and climate cooperation. It was encouraging to see the level of participation and depth of conversation in the various plenary sessions with eminent speakers from varied backgrounds, including ministers, senior officials, academics, business persons, experts, and researchers from both India and ASEAN, highlighting various aspects of each of these issues. Some useful ideas were generated through the discussion, and I would like to request our officials to work on ways to develop these into implementable cooperation projects for tangible outcome. We are very happy to have foreign ministers of ASEAN member states and India along with the ASEAN Secretary General for the ministerial session at DD12 yesterday. This provides us the opportunity to hear from each of our ASEAN partners on the progressions and future of ASEAN-India relations. Ladies and gentlemen, India and ASEAN share civilizational contact which are deep-rooted and abiding. Our geostrategic location linked the Indian and Pacific Ocean has helped strengthen our relations. The maritime routes to Southeast Asia allow for the intermingling of our cultures. These trade routes link ancient India with southern Burma, central and southern Siam, lower Cambodia, and southern Vietnam to the archipelago of Sumatra, Java, and Bali, and numerous other urbanized coastal settlements. ASEAN region's immense wealth in the form of historical monuments and civilization heritage stand witness to our common cultural connect. Our shared opportunity for preservation and restoration of this historical treasure is directly reflected in our cultural cooperation. The ancient socio-cultural relations and linkages have also found contemporary expression in the form of the Mekong-Ganga Cooperation, a sub-regional mechanism aimed at reviving cooperation between the people of the Mekong and Ganga River Basin in the field of tourism, education, culture, and people-to-people contact. Speaking of contemporary era, India and ASEAN have an enduring, multifaceted strategic partnership. In the last 30 years since we established a formal relationship as a sectoral partner, our engagement has expanded greatly from encompassing areas from agriculture to space cooperation with several multi-layered dialogue mechanisms and evolving into a strategic partnership in 2012. Our cumulative two-ways investment have crossed US $100 billion mark, and now our bilateral trade has also crossed this milestone. However, our economies have huge untapped potential. We look forward to an early review of the existing agreement on trade in goods to improve and make it more beneficial to all. In order to promote economic integrations between India and ASEAN, we are also focused on increasing physical and digital connectivity with ASEAN. With the increasing penetration of digital technology in all aspects of our life, our cooperation in digital cooperation and ICT and science and technology are equally important. We have set up an ASEAN-India Science and Technology Development Fund to give impetus to research and development in technology and innovation. The technological leaps, particularly in ICT, have generated immense amount of data worldwide in the last decade. Innovative solutions for increasing our ability to manage this big data have become the key to bringing immense benefit to mankind. The fourth revolution in industry provides us an opportune time to enhance our cooperations in this field. Similarly, our focus on climate action and environmental protection also open up newer ideas of cooperation with special focus on new and renewable energy and green and sustainable growth. ASEAN-India Green Fund focus on cooperation projects in these areas. As we look towards a post-COVID comprehensive recovery, we also need to set up our people-to-people exchanges by promoting tourism exchanges of parliamentarians, youths, business entities, and civil society. This investment in our human capital and socio-cultural link will continue to form the foundation of our cooperation in future. Ladies and gentlemen, our increasing engagement with the wider Indo-Pacific region also demonstrates India's desire for a stronger partnership with ASEAN. India's Act East policy, announced by Prime Minister Modi in 2014, expanded into India's vision for the Indo-Pacific with ASEAN at the center. India's vision for the region resonates closely with ASEAN's own outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Both of us want to see a free, open, and inclusive region that ensures security and growth for all in the region. We want a rules-based order with respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, adherence to international law that promotes dialogues and peaceful settlement of dispute while rejecting the use of force. To advance practical cooperation in this vast maritime domain, India proposed the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative at East ASEAN Summit in 2019. The synergies between the ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific and India's vision for the Indo-Pacific and also with Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative has been highlighted in the ASEAN-India Joint Statement on Cooperation on AOIP adopted at ASEAN-India Summit last year. It would be our compass to guide our engagement in this field, as both India and ASEAN strive for building cooperation in the wider Indo-Pacific region to promote peace and prosperity. I am happy that this round of Delhi Dialogue dwell on this subject with the theme Bridging the Gap in the Indo-Pacific. Let me conclude by saying that in these times of global challenges, ASEAN-India ties are a source of balance and harmony in the region. As we celebrate 30 years of our relations with ASEAN, we aim to further strengthen our broad-based relationship by exploring new avenues. I thank you all the fruitful discussion at this 12th edition of Delhi Dialogue. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much, sir. Professor Rajkumar Singh, he comes from a state which is actually bridgehead, the bridgehead of what that bridge building we're talking about. He comes from a state, its constituency is the state of Manipur, which is the extremist. And if you be the Manipur, it is all around the spring and full of Southeast Asia. You will get it. This is a miniature of ASEAN. So, and he comes from that state and enriching us with his great wisdom. So thank you very much, sir, for coming and giving us the valedictory address. And now we have the pleasure to invite Mr. Koji Hachiyama, the Chief Operating Officer for area, for his vote of thanks. Please stay with us for a few more minutes. And Kojima-san.
His Excellency Dr. Rajkumar Raja Singh, and Excellency Tan Sri Dato Sri Bigness Sawarwang, Prime Minister Special Envoy to the India and South Asia, and Dr. Padil, Professor and Coordinator ASEAN-India Centre of RIS, and Professor Sachin Chadrabedi, Director General of the RIS. Excellency, distinguished guests, my colleague and long-time friend of ASEAN and India, and among them, many friends and mentors of area. Last 2 days were very special and exciting days, celebrating 12 years of daily dialogue. I congratulate the Ministry of External Affairs, the ASEAN Secretariat, the RIS, for making the daily dialogue richer and deeper over the past years. I'm proud to say that area has been associated with the daily dialogue as a knowledge partner since 2009, and we have participated in the dialogue every year since 2010. It is in this dialogue that we introduce our research on ASEAN-India connectivity. While celebrating the ASEAN-India relations, the daily dialogue has always amplified the value and need for greater economic and strategic cooperation in all its dimensions: physical, economic, institutional, people to people. And this important relation is now the bedrock of the Indo-Pacific architecture. Area firmly believes that ASEAN-India relation will also help in maintaining the ASEAN centrality in new cooperation frameworks in the Indo-Pacific. The current global economic order is faced with several challenges in the economic and geopolitical landscape. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, the gains of globalization are being challenged and in some places even being reversed. ASEAN, India, and the entire East Asia need to provide firm support to global linkage and to put the trust back into multilateralism. I believe that daily dialogue is a perfect platform to send this message to global community. This session is also to reassure ourselves that our efforts are in the right direction. We would like to encourage partners from outside Asia Pacific, the EU, UK, Africa, to join hands with this region in the way forward. I would like to emphasize here that ASEAN's economic growth has relied on the development of and participation in the global value chain since 1980s. Now, India is greatly integrated into the global value chains. Liberalization of trade and investment and enhancing its domestic connectivity in the last few years are bringing tremendous results for India. We sincerely believe that this approach will bring growth and prosperity for all. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the strength of ASEAN-India relation lies in its commitment to open, participative, and rule-based global orders. The daily dialogue will showcase our commitment to multilateralism, our trust in mutual cooperation, and our efforts to participate in the global value chains as equal member in the emerging economic architecture of Indo-Pacific. This year, the G20 has come to Asia after Indonesia. This year, India will take over the chair of G20 in 2023. Our efforts must, therefore, span all these forums to bring our dynamic region to the forefront of global economy. ASEAN is prepared to support these efforts. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, India is a strong country to whom the world listens to. ASEAN is a strong community. Together, ASEAN and India can be the voice of the developing world, and ASEAN will continue to support these initiatives and amplify the efforts in year ahead. The daily dialogue will remain the premier platform for amplifying this voice. Lastly, I'd like to express my great appreciation for RIS to host this great daily dialogue. Thank you, and we hope to meet again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Hachiyama-san. May I now request our Director General, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, to deliver his address, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Prabir. Excellency Tan Shri Dato Vigneshwaranji, our very honorable MOS, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh Ji, very much part of the RIS family and our events. We are always blessed with your kind presence in our events. Our partner from Iria, Hachiyama-san, it's a pleasure to have you. We missed Nishimura-san, but it was good that you and Anita-ji could make it, and we could get Iria back in the Delhi Dialogue series, and we have the partnership and the honor to have you with us. So I think it was a great honor and pleasure to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, I think last 2 days we were benefited by immense wisdom, practicality, vision for future, and also the global contemporary challenges that are there. Yesterday, those of us who attended the ministerial component of this dialogue were well aware of the issues that the co-chair's statement has captured. I think the essence is there. My very dear colleague Prabir would present the broad recommendations. But just the 3 lines that I think are important here is in terms of, number one, how ASEAN and India can converge their Indo-Pacific vision. Both of the region's countries have come up with their own interpretation, and it's important that we move in the direction of converging our vision on Indo-Pacific. So that's, I think, task number 1. Task number 2 is in terms of taking the advantage of new technologies, and that be, as we heard this morning, with digitalization, what we can do on financial inclusion, the huge advances that India is making in terms of cost-effective access to technology in the realm of digitalization, but also in terms of green hydrogen, so shift from gray hydrogen to green hydrogen, renewable energy. And third, and I think very important, is what Tanshri Dato Vigneshwaran ji has mentioned, the dual objective of creating a portal for MSMEs. I think this is extremely important suggestion for us. This would require a strengthening of the banking, finance linkages, digitalization, but also at the same time creating platform for parliamentarians, getting our parliamentarians together, the policy makers, and Tanshri Dato was also mentioning about the need to have the joint and collective programs for capacity building of our civil servants, and that I think Tanshri Dato is extremely important for us to take that forward. Fourth and last, I think, is important in terms of how we encourage the partnerships that are there, particularly the implementation, the action points that are emanating out of it. RIS and IRIA, the 2 institutions which are dedicated on this, probably may also work in terms of getting the data, particularly I was discussing with our colleagues from the Asian Development Bank to join in terms of the financial inclusion related statistics that is required to be placed together. With this transition of the G20 presidency from Indonesia to India, what kind of joint programs are there, and IRIA, Anbu is playing a role. You and Anita ji both are very closely involved, and the other colleagues from IRIA are involved. What is it that we can do for next 2 years? That's the window we are getting, and then we connect with Brazil. So a longer span of programs which are relevant for developing countries in general, that would give us the traction. So I think we had very rich discussions. I would now invite my colleague Dr. Prabir Dey, the coordinator of ASEAN India Centre, but much more than that, an academic who has been very closely following developments in the region. So Prabir, please brief us about the key discussion points that have emerged out of the 2-day deliberations. Thank you.
This is just a ritual that that every conference will end with a vote of thanks. And certainly presenting a summary for such a discussion, this is beyond my task, not possible. My apology. But certainly we will come out with a detailed summary and outcome document and series of things. Purpose was to bring all the luminaries of the region to here, stay together, and meet them, practically to meet them. And this is, in that way, we are quite successful, and the great support of Ministry of External Affairs and all the ASEAN member states. So let me come back to a formal vote of thanks. This time I have written it, but my emotion is also inbuilt. So, Minister C. Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh sir, namaskar, and Minister Professor. edition. Many of you its deliberations, speakers, and in terms of outcomes. So if I may do a three quick outcomes out of the summary, because honorable ministers are sitting here, they would like to take those outcomes with them when they go back. So they are the sponsors, by the way. Foreign policy dimensions, first one is the foreign policy dimensions have been changing fast. You have seen all the leaders, their statements yesterday at the ministerial dialogue and the valedictory address. So also the Delhi Dialogue agenda, and if you can compare yourself. So we are not at a static point. We are also changing ourselves and adding to the foreign policy scenario that is getting unfolded. We had in this Delhi Dialogue 7 plenary sessions and 1 ministerial dialogue, and which had made a collective effort to bring scholars, practitioners, thinkers, diplomats, and many other people, the media people in the back, and many who are attending now and attended online to part of this Delhi Dialogue 12. We had 12 ministers, 8 senior rank officials, diplomats, and over 25 scholars took part in this dialogue. So you can see, the richness who have come here and what the discussion is all about. Point number 2, that we have many new faces, those who have joined, those who came from very near places and also from the far areas. And we build our new friends from ASEAN as well as other Quad and Indo-Pacific countries. The deliberations are like confluence of 2 oceans, and you put it in 2 new nomenclatures, IPO, IOIP, whatever it is. And I think Thuta Ong's reminder that collective cooperative, which he said, the bridge that he talked about today. A bridge designed by us, the participants, and I'm sure these will continue to guide our way forward. Indo-Pacific is an interconnected geography where ASEAN is at the core, which is not static. This was a quick observation from my part. 7 sessions have dealt many different important aspects of Indo-Pacific, from maritime domain to energy to trade to connectivity to culture. We also had a session on way forward at the end, a marathon where we run, but not to win in the race, but to make our new journeys rewarding, inclusive, prosperous. Today's Delhi Dialogue 12 has opened up fresh and contextual perspectives on ASEAN-India relations. Delhi Dialogue has truly become an effective track 1.5 forum discussing political security, economic and socio-cultural issues. Sir, you can leave because you have an urgency, but I may continue ending it. Thank you very much, sir. Issues between ASEAN and India. What External Affairs Minister at the special ASEAN-India Ministerial said, under the current global uncertainties, as we have reviewed our journey of the last please. As we have, under the current global uncertainties, as we review our journey of the last 30 years and chart our path for the coming decades, it is important that we identify a new set of priorities while ensuring the early realization of our ongoing activities. I am sure you agree with me that we have successfully come out with many new ideas and priorities. That's what the External Affairs Minister yesterday at dinner, in his speech, he said. I congratulate the Ministry of External Affairs for their great support. I thank Ambassador Jayasankar, and all the ministerial panel yesterday. Minister of State Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, Tan Sri Vignesaran, and Minister R.K. Singh in the morning today, Minister Chandrasekhar, and many others who came here and delivered their speeches, including the ASEAN Secretary General and Indian Navy Chief. The October 2021, this last year, India-ASEAN Virtual Summit, we had focused on the strengthening areas of cooperation and designed this year as the year of friendships to coincide India's 75th year of independence. We call it Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the celebration of our culture and our commitments and achievements. So this year, Delhi Dialogue has special resonance, you can understand this. 30 years ASEAN-India relations, 75 years of independence, and with that, ASEAN-India Centre has also completed 10 years. So this is the 10th anniversary. We started in June 22nd and 21st June 2013. Some of my fellow colleagues who were part of the setting up of center at RIS, they are here already. Now, anniversaries are great occasions to review the journey traversed so far and share collective memories. That's what we have done and I have been doing. 30 years of ASEAN-India relations shows several time-tested achievements which have been discussed, many of the presentations, and I have seen Professor Ian Hall's paper, which I read on his behalf, had accounted some of them, and which have had a huge collective impact on the community building, right? So whatever we do, the community building is very much important, and I go back to Professor Kojima's presentations on India, Japan, which he reminded us, he's a veteran sensei beyond a professor. So first of all, I thank all speakers, sponsors, and the Minister of External Affairs. I thank RIS Chairman, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, RIS Director General, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, and all my colleagues at the ASEAN-India Centre, Professor Mahanti, Senior Professor who is here, and I can see former Secretary East, Ambassador Riva Ganguly Das, who is sitting with us since yesterday, taking part of the deliberations. Thank you, ma'am, for joining with us, and many others, who joined the sessions and left. So I must thank all of them and for joining and supporting us. At the end, Ms. Gitika Srivastava, Joint Secretary, and her team at the Ministry of External Affairs for continuous support. Mr. Manoj Pandey, the Deputy Secretary, who is here for his guidance and support. And the big event like the Delhi Dialogue, it is not beyond the mistakes or lapses. There could be. If we don't do the lapses, how do you know what's going to do in the future? So if there are anything like that, I request that pardon us, and I put an apology. I'm equally thankful to Iria, Professor Koji Hachiyama, Ms. Anita Prakash, Dr. Anbu, coming here, supporting us, not for Delhi and many other RIS activities. I thank all our support team, my colleague Dr. Sampa Kundu, Malikji, Krishnanji, Kiranji, Binduji, Piyush, Anil, and Raju to Rajkumar, everybody. And there is an hyphen, Raju hyphen Rajkumar means that counts everyone. Also thank for my former colleagues who also worked behind, supporting small, Dr. Durai Rajkumar Asami, Sreya Pan, Dr. Nida Rehman, because when they were here, they supported some of that through inputs. RIS administration, RIS faculty, all extended a great support to this. That's why it is successful. At the end, I thank MEA Conference Cell. This time it is a collective support, right? MEA Conference Cell came forward. Protocol Division, those who were received at the airport in the midnight, in the early morning by the protocol cells, they need a special mentions here. IP Division, Indo-Pacific Division, ITC Moria Hotel for their very, very generous support in providing our foods, all the arrangements despite several protocol restrictions, and our anchor, Ms. Purnima Sharma, for our, eloquently doing all the, anchoring for our programs, and entire team of our event management company called Max Mudra. So thank you very much, Mr. Nagar, and all your team for supporting us for day and night. We end Delhi Dialogue 12 with the hope that, which Hachiyama-san said, and I recall that, we will soon meet for the next edition. Later part of this year, we will have a special summit, ASEAN-India Special Summit, 30-year summit, and several programs line up at the RIS, at ASEAN Centre at RIS. We stay in touch, and our path will be crossed again very soon. I end, with my favorite sentences all the time. I look at that. Perhaps almost in 1927, Rabindranath Tagore, he made a maiden voyage to Southeast Asia. Like we're going to touch 100 years for his first visit to Southeast Asia. So, and the gentleman who, along with him, went from Calcutta, it's called Mr. Kalidas Nag, and Professor T.C. Raghavan, in one of his op-ed in the Telegraph on 17 July in 2019, the changing seas antecedents of the Indo-Pacific. So it is Mr. Nag, who is the professor who first talked about in his book in 1941, India and the Pacific world. He introduced the word called Indo-Pacific. And he said, which is borrowed from Tagore. Tagore passed away in 1941, but before that, he was working with him very closely. And he said, and I quote, that our journey continues, but we don't know our destiny. The destiny will come in our own way. So thank you very much for joining, participating, enriching us with the Delhi Dialogue 12. And with that, I close. Have a safe journey back home. Keep in touch. We'll meet again. Thank you very much. We close that session. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we have come to the end of the 12th edition of Delhi Dialogue. Thank you so much for being part of this event, this conference. Good day. Have a great day. Thank you.